What you're doing?
Girder.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
I have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have you here today. Thank you for joining us once again. Happy Tuesday. It is January 14th, 2025, here where I'm streaming to you from the San Francisco Bay Area. Whether you're watching live right now, hello chat, or whether you're watching later on in the VOD or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here. We're going to have a fun stream. Today, we're talking about Tyrannosaurus. Because I figured, why not? As a dinosaur paleontologist, you know, sometimes I have mixed feelings about Tyrannosaurus. It's one of these dinosaurs that gets a tremendous amount of attention, sometimes at the expense of other dinosaurs that people deserve to know about, learn about, be aware of at the very least. But it seems like all too often the spotlight is hogged by Tyrannosaurus right here. And it is a remarkable animal. We'll be talking about why today, and we'll be kind of playing this fast and loose.
What you're doing?
Whatever questions you might happen to have about Tyrannosaurus, or about any other kind of dinosaur, or any other kind of fossil organism, questions about the history of life on Earth, about extinction, evolution, natural selection, the nature of science itself. Do not hesitate. Do not hesitate with those questions. I predict today's going to be a pretty questions-heavy stream, so be curious today. Let that curiosity flag fly? I don't know. Anyway, for those of you who are here for the first time, let me introduce myself real quick. Where are my manners? My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about fossil science, trying to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up fossils during the summers, like I was doing for the past 3 summers now. Out in the field broadcasting that live to all of you here on Twitch. Looking forward to doing a lot more of that this year. Doing some traveling, some museum visits, some interviews with other fossil scientists. Lots of exciting stuff planned, so I'm glad you're here, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's see who's here in the chat. Matt M33 and Kodali were first again today, of course. Welcome back, both of you. I hope you're having an excellent day so far. It's good to see you. Casey Snowart was here before I even started. Hello, Casey Snowart. What's shaking? Hope you're having a good day. Bunch, and Raziel Ball. Arle. Dad, it's good to see you. Welcome, Arle0501. Howdy. I hope your week is going well. Steely Dan and Ari Axis. Chaotic Kitten and Zote. Otan Uran. And Give Them Nell. Sandwich Nom Nom. And Fall Machine. Fall Machine says, been here every day for 3 years, and finally we're getting to talk about the only real dinosaur. Very funny there, Fall Machine. But welcome back. It's good to see you. Sometimes it feels like the media treats Tyrannosaurus as the only dinosaur worth naming. You know? Holy cow, Kit Boga! My goodness. Thank you for the raid. This is extraordinary. Fiery Peak and Boggy Branch. Jewel Sealine, Mr. Rossetti. Zipper's Cool. Kit Boga. Moki Needs Catnip. Tavastian Teggett. Rock Princess. Boogie. Too many names to name. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. I appreciate you.
Women the beat along with their 2,662 raiders.
That is an excellent number. Welcome to Paleontologizing here. Welcome everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric
Introduce.
Today we're talking about one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus.
Not died, I imagine the mammals would still
It's a
be
dinosaur that
explored.
everyone
Like
has
this,
heard
living
of.
in the nooks and crannies of
And,
the world, and we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, we're talking about this critter today. What makes it special?
Now to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch
Let me,
our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Here. We'll pause our alerts for the moment. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Hello. Anyway, Kit Boga, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Holy cow.
The extinction
Is that
of dinosaurs
excellent?
is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
Thank you. If anybody, the 100 people who were here before Kit Boga raided in, if you're not aware of Kit Boga, he does really engaging, interesting, quality streams where he fights against internet scammers. It is an absolute hoot. If you've never seen a Kit Boga stream, go follow him right now. It's really cool stuff, and he's got a sizable audience, which is very well deserved. Thank you again for the raid, Kit Boga. Again, I've got a cat pushing my camera around right now. Sorry about that. But my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, and dinosaurs are what I talk about here on Twitch. Here's my 3D printed Tyrannosaurus lower jaws right here. I'm working on 3D printing an entire Tyrannosaurus skull, an adult Tyrannosaurus skull. I've got juvenile Tyrannosaurus skulls, like this one right here. Some paleontologists refer to this as Nano-Tyrannus. It's a long story. But anyway, juvenile, or maybe a different genus of small Tyrannosaur compared to the adult right here. Yeah, lower jaw, skull. There's the eye socket right there, the orbit. Anyway, as a paleontologist, I study fossils. I publish on them in scientific literature. I go out and dig up dinosaurs during the summers. And I'm lucky enough to be able to stream that 7 days a week when I'm out in the field. Let me show you an example. There we go. There's me and Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland there.
A real mean kid.
Yeah. All right. Live broadcast. Anything could happen. My router got knocked down over here. I'm glad we didn't lose connection. Yeah. But there's always a certain element of chaos when I'm out there in the field.
Sometimes we just get these sudden gusts of wind, what we call dust devils. So yeah, it happens. Oh, and there's Ken over there. Ken's taking off. Shoot, we missed him. He said he was going to take off in like half an hour, but it's not even been 20 minutes. Oh,
Just
well.
camera shy that day. Anyway, digging up dinosaurs live on stream.
Nice.
There's my son Fisher right there. It's not really my son. It's a running joke.
Area that we've got.
Anyway, and sorry, we've got a cat in the way.
Some overburden yesterday, and
Sweetie
get some
pie.
of this stuff cleared off. Get down to the bone layer.
Wandering around, Danny, keeping out for my baseball cap. It disappeared during Dust Devil. Oh, there it is. Wow, you're good, man.
There's Uncle Don there.
Ask and you shall receive.
Thanks, Don. Yeah.
I looked all around it and looked over there. There.
Anywho, yeah. Wonderful to have everybody here. I'm going to give Sweetie Pie some treats here in a minute, but first, we've got a whole bunch of cool new people here. Thank you tremendously, Kit Boga, for the raid. I appreciate it more than you know. We're going to get into talking about T-Rex in just a minute. We just got started with today's stream. But first off, I think we might have a quick little visit from our good friend, previously recorded Danny, to tell us a little bit about, well, to introduce all the new folks to the channel. So without further ado, he's actually sneaking up behind me right here. So, Shoot, previously recorded, Danny. Take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried. I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on Spinosaurus.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am.
That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am.
I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you so much to Kit Boga for that incredible raid. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. We've got a bit of an issue right here. Again, live broadcast. We've got a cat in the way, so let's see if... Well, shoot, I do happen to live in a household that is kind of run by cats. I moved in here just a little bit over a year ago. And, you know, it's a bit of a situation, you know? The cats, you know, they have something of a protection racket that they run.
Tradoon.
Where... You know, I need to feed them.
With 6-inch daggers.
They demand protection money every once in a while in the form of treats. And, yeah, Sweetie Pie here is doing exactly that. She's like, oh, again, I said it before, I'll say it again. Very nice stream you got here. Be a real shame if somebody stood in front of your camera the whole time and blocked it, you know? But I'm sure we could remedy this situation somewhat if there were to be, say, an exchange of treats. And I say, okay, Sweetie Pie, okay. Here we go. How's that? Oh, please, it's Sweetie Pie. Please leave us in peace. And Duster 333, this is indeed a Tyrannosaurus lower jaw behind me, a 3D printed Tyrannosaurus lower jaw. I'm working on 3D printing an entire Tyrannosaurus skull. One of my 3D printers is on the fritz right now, so I'm waiting for some replacement parts. But we'll be getting back into that soon. Here, let me show you what I've got so far of the skull assembled. I just put this together the other day. Right here. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Hey, look, you're sitting on some other treats there. Look, they're here. Right there. There you go. Excellent. And hey, Paleo Stream, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, Joshua. Can we get a shout out for Paleo Stream, who is Twitch's premier paleo artist on this platform. Give him a follow if you're interested in fossils and in paleo art. Congratulations on your illustrations getting published this year. Alpkatakush, that new Matria Canthosaur from Central Asia. That's exciting stuff, Paleo Stream. Well done. It's an honor to share this platform with you, and yeah, hope you're doing well. Have the good news of Temeraptor already been shared with you? No. What was this, PaleoStream? I haven't heard about it. No, I was just showing this off real quick. Again, I'm working on 3D printing an entire Tyrannosaurus skull, and I've got the premax and the lower parts of the maxillae printed and assembled right now, but there's a lot left to do. Holy cow! So here, I figured today we'd talk about Tyrannosaurus, though. Just I don't know if I've ever actually done a stream all about Tyrannosaurus, have I? Figured it would be a good day to do that, and there's the lower jaws that are already completed. We got a huge raid from Kit Boga just a little while ago. And Salamander, thank you for gifting PaleoStream. I appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you, thank you. And Crom01001 says, do you ever get tired of answering which dinosaur would win in a fight questions? I think we even have a command for that. Who would win? Does that still work? Did I spell it right? Maybe not. Yeah, it always reminds me of this. Which dinosaur would win in a fight? Spinosaurus or Acrocanthosaurus? You know?
Can it outrun the Flash?
You bet.
Can Superman outrun the Flash?
Sure, why not? Hello, little girl. Wondering...
Yeah. Oh, it was who wins. Gotcha. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. See if Danny lets me. Lets you do what, PaleoStream? Wait, what was it? Oh, there's the paper. I see your link there, PaleoStream. If anybody should have link privileges, it should be you. Oh, I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I didn't see this. Please welcome Temeraptor, a new name for Stromer's Carcharodontosaurid. Very nice! Based on Stromer's descriptions, drawings, and newly found photographs, the authors conclude that the animal was distinct from the better-known Chem material. I had hoped it to be out to be before the Bahariya stream, but oh well, I did a small update afterwards. See, this is the kind of beautiful paleo environment reconstruction that Joshua does on his streams. Check out PaleoStream if you've not yet done so. And there we go. Very, very cool. Holy cow. Holy moly. And we've got the nasals there with the little bump that almost implying a horn. Very, very cool. Oh man, that's exciting. And then there's the link. I did see this paper, but I didn't realize that it had anything to do with the Bahariya. I just saw the title. It didn't go into it. I didn't realize it was a new taxon, I guess. Very cool. New genus and species. Temeraptor markgraffi, named after Robert Markgraf. Is proposed for the Egyptian taxon. Theropods of the Bahariya Oasis and Moroccan Chem beds are thus not as closely related as previously thought. I've been saying this for years! That whole Spinosaurus reconstruction has been 1000% of a chimera for a long time. The stuff from Bahariya and the stuff from the Chem, there's no reason to think that it's the same kind of environment, that it's even... I don't know. There could be millions of years separating those two different environments. Anyway, super cool stuff. We might be going over this tomorrow or the day after on stream. But PaleoStream, this is super exciting, and congrats on... Did you do the reconstruction in here? Is it in the paper? This is super, super cool. Oh, man. If you're new here, like many of you are watching right now, There it is. Holy cow. Congratulations, Joshua. That is, yet another feather in your cap there. Got a lot of plumage going on there nowadays. But congratulations. This is really exciting. And if that does represent a Ceratosaurus-like horn right there, given that this thing is a Tetnuran, it's a Carcharodontosaur. It just goes to show that, like, theropods are always doing all kinds of crazy stuff with cranial ornamentation all the time. Like, it's nothing. It's like, yeah, let's evolve a horn. Let's evolve spikes. Let's evolve, you know, all kinds of wild stuff going on our crania. Very cool. Very, very cool. Really exciting. Paleostream, really exciting. Congratulations. Met the author during EAVP in Italy. It was a lot of fun to work on. Very, very cool. Congrats. Holy cow. Again, if you want to read this paper, it is open access. There's a link right there.
Access granted.
PLOS One is one of the journals that I'm hoping to submit some things to this year. I've got a lot of publications I'm working on right now. But that is, PLOS stands for Public Library of Science. This is open access, no paywall. Two of the most beautiful words in science, open access. As all good papers should be, agreed. I've resolved that in 2025, every first author paper that I submit for publication is going to be to an open access journal. PLOS, PeerJ, some other ones that I'm exploring right now, but those are my two big ones right now. Anyway, and Duster says, could you show us the size difference between Majungasaurus and that Rex lower jaw? You bet, Duster. Again, we'll be talking today about Tyrannosaurus and its maybe overrepresentation in media. Meaning that, like, when you see a dinosaur in popular media, all too often it's T-Rex. But on the other hand, it kind of makes sense just how big this animal is. Yeah, so Tyrannosaurus and, here we go, Majungasaurus. This is a meat-eating dinosaur from Madagascar. Majungasaurus here. And yeah, just compare. These are touching each other right now, so it's not like one of them looks way bigger just because it's closer to the camera. There. If I put this like along the sagittal plane, the midline, right here, you can see how much bigger T-Rex is. Just kind of astonishing, you know? Yeah, it's dramatic, the difference between them. You know, Tyrannosaurus gets a lot of attention. You hear people say that it gets too much attention, that this dinosaur is overrated in a sense. It is and it isn't. That's going to be one of the continual themes of today's stream, so buckle up. Yeah. And, Fireborn, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Let's see if it's safe to turn our alerts on now, or if we'll get completely overwhelmed.
The dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating.
Paleobsessed Tisma. It's good to have you here, Overdosed Toast. Welcome, welcome.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
A lot of these STLs are available for free online. This one I paid for. Some of these are scans that I did myself. And some of them are sculpts. So I've done some sculpts myself too, especially of like life reconstructions of different animals. Let me show you one.
I need to salute the paleontologist.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
So many alerts.
Tradoon.
Here's Triarchunkus right here. This is a kind of alvarezsaur dinosaur that my crew published in 2020. I'm one of the authors on this paper. But this is maybe 1/3, 1/4 life size right here. It's not a big dinosaur. I sculpted this one myself. And here's another one that I sculpted. This is Allura Titan. I did this years ago. So a duck-billed dinosaur from Russia. It's got that lovely crest right there. Yeah. Allura Titan. But the majority of the prints that I do are either scans of actual fossils that I find online. Some of them are through Sketchfab, some of them are through direct from scientific papers, some of them are from Morphosource. Yeah. Tomorrow we'll actually be assembling a life-size Stegosaurus skull that is partly based on scans of actual fossil specimens, and it's partly sculpted by an artist with a real eye for osteology. So it's good quality. We'll be doing that tomorrow on stream. Pretty excited about that. And I believe that's on our calendar. Oh. And here is something here. On the 3D printer right now, I'm printing a baby Triceratops skull. This one is for a friend. This is one I scanned the I scanned one of the displays at a museum after getting permission to do so. Here's the pieces that I printed yesterday. So yeah, baby Triceratops right here. This I'm going to be presenting as a gift to the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota that I'm visiting at the beginning of February. We'll be streaming from there. I'm really looking forward to it. And check that out. Just the cutest baby Triceratops skull. Printed in 2 different pieces. Still got to assemble it. And but yeah, pretty excited about that. Pretty excited. So again, this was a scan that I did myself through photogrammetry. So a surface scan.
Glue is cheap.
Anyhow, it's so cute, says Twix Mouse. Thank you. Yeah. This is one of those things that we'll be talking about a lot today, the concept of ontogeny. There. So from baby Triceratops up to adult, a lot of dinosaurs had really dramatic changes.
Ontogeny.
As they grew during their lifetimes. To the point where there's a lot of different dinosaurs. We thought that they were different species or different genera entirely, and it turns out that it's just the same animal at different stages of growth. We call that?
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny. The life history of an animal. It's really important to understand for dinosaurs because they do change so dramatically. Much more so than just about any other terrestrial animal that's ever lived. Well, I don't know if that's true of any other terrestrial animal, but for dinosaurs it's particularly pronounced. And a lot of dinosaurs probably moved through different ecological niches throughout their lifetimes. So like, a small juvenile of this dinosaur is eating totally different things from a large juvenile, from a subadult, from a small adult, or a fully osteologically mature adult. It's like they're in different niches. If you know anything about ecology, about, ecosystems. It's like one dinosaur might move through different niches during its lifetime. Maybe it's occupying 6 or 7 different niches during its lifetime. Big mammals today do not do this. Which makes dinosaur-dominated ecosystems potentially really different from ecosystems today. Super Mudkip, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And the Wobble King, thank you for the follow.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Yes, indeed. It's so good to have everybody here. Yeah.
What are dinosaurs?
That's a good question, Akiyawa. Here, I'm glad that alert popped up because this is actually really important. This is one of those things, but if we're going to talk about dinosaurs with a bunch of cool new people here, I should talk for a minute about what dinosaurs actually are. What separates dinosaurs from other groups of animals? So, in science, the way that we classify living things is not necessarily based on what they look like. It's not based on vibes. It's based on their ancestry. So when we say that two different critters are related to one another, we don't just mean they look similar or they've got similar vibes. That's not what we mean. We mean they actually share an ancestor. That not too long ago, both of those critters evolved from the same critter. That means that they're closely related. In the same way that you might be closely related to your siblings, if you have siblings. You and your siblings have got the same ancestors. You've got at least one of the same parents, right? Same ancestors. Likewise, you and your cousins share at least one grandparent. You've got the same ancestor. So if you're going to make a big family tree, that's actually showing who is descended from whom. It's the same thing with all living organisms. The way that we classify living things as scientists is based on what we call phylogeny, based on their evolutionary relationships. So this is a really neat little poster from 252mya.com. I refer to this a lot because it's really simple and it's beautiful. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? What you're seeing right here is a family tree of some of the amniotes. Amniotes are creatures that ancestrally lay eggs on land. So it's all the vertebrate animals except for fishes and amphibians, basically. Does that make sense? Technically, these are all descended from fishes, but we're not going to get into that right now. Dinosaurs are everything that evolved from this ancestor right here. If it evolves from this ancestor, it is by definition a dinosaur. So pterosaurs, aka pterodactyls, are not dinosaurs. They didn't evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor. They're very closely related, but you got to go a little bit further back in time to get to the common ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs. So pterosaurs, not dinosaurs. Same with crocs. Crocodiles, alligators, they're relatives. They're related to dinosaurs, they're pretty close, they're not dinosaurs. Same with turtles, lizards, snakes, etc. Mammals, not dinosaurs. Birds, however, birds over here are dinosaurs because birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. Birds are literally living dinosaurs because we can trace their ancestry back to the feathered meat-eating dinosaurs, like the troodontids and the dromaeosaurs, like Velociraptor. And then further back, you get to their common ancestor with the tyrannosaurs, like we're talking about today. And then to the basal theropod dinosaurs, and then to the ancestor of all the dinosaurs. So again, this is critically important stuff. If we're going to understand how we classify living things as scientists, you got to understand that it's based on their evolution. Living things are related to one another if they're actually related to one another. If they actually share a common ancestor. Does that make sense? Data Pleb, thank you for the follow. Yeah. So yeah. And Fandler says, so birds are dinosaurs, but pterosaurs are not. Yes, that's true. So, so this animal here is not a dinosaur. This animal right here, Melissuga helenae, is a dinosaur. This is literally a dinosaur. All birds are. Hummingbirds, chickens, geese, penguins, albatross, parrots, chickadees. Birds, by definition, are dinosaurs because they evolved from a dinosaur ancestor that makes them dinosaurs. So yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And NC Greeble says, but I thought all beings share common ancestors. Yeah, as far as we know, All living things on Earth share a common ancestor.
Dinosaurs and human beings lived on the Earth at the same time.
What, like the Flintstones?
Torcolotl, thank you so much for the 47 months. Holy cow. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you, Torcolotl. I hope you've been doing well. It's good to see you. But yes, as far as we know, all living things on our planet Earth evolved from a single common ancestor a few billion years ago. Between 3 and 4 billion years ago, give or take. As far as we know, all life on Earth, from bacteria to quinoa to ladybugs to octopus to us, all evolved from a single common ancestor. So let's zoom into us right here on this grand tree of life. We go over on the mammal branch, find the primates, and there's us right there. You can zoom out and get to the other great apes, and then the apes in general, and the catarrhine primates, monkeys and apes, etc. You can go all the way out. Let's find where we link up with dinosaurs. We gotta go pretty far back. Boreoeutherian mammals, placental mammals, therian mammals, amniotes. So it's here, 320 million years ago, that we shared a common ancestor with dinosaurs. In order to get to dinosaurs, instead of taking a left to go to the mammals, you take a right to go to the sauropsids, the reptiles. And then you go up here to the archelosaurs and the archosaurs. Birds and crocodilians today are the closest living relatives of dinosaurs. Crocs are like cousins to dinosaurs. Birds literally are living dinosaurs. There's the birds, and there's the crocs. So dinosaurs should be right here, but this tree is limited to living groups of animals, so it doesn't have the non-bird dinosaurs here. The only dinosaurs they've got are birds. But still, there's a lot of species of living birds. How many species? Again, how many?
Over 9,000!
Most estimates put it around 10,000 species of living bird. So yeah. Anyway. That's just kind of phylogeny 101 for you, for all the new folks. This is critically important stuff. It's like the fundamental concept in all of biology, and the crazy thing is, it doesn't often get taught in schools, especially in American schools, because frankly, well, creationists fight very hard to keep this sort of thing out of textbooks. But talk to any paleontologist, talk to any zoologist, botanist, any evolutionary biologist, anybody, any scientist who studies living things, and they'll tell you all about this. It's a real shame that this doesn't get taught in schools until maybe you get to a college level, because it is like the fundamental concept in all of biology. And that's a big part of why I'm streaming here, is that there's so much beauty and majesty and wonder to be seen in the kinship of all living things. This grand and beautiful history of life on Earth, and most people just don't get that.
Message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it.
Nikita Double XL, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. And Meowie Cat Cat, thank you for the follow too. Mac Yokia, thank you for the follow 2 minutes ago. Anyway, yeah. That being said, yeah, I'll step off of that soapbox. Let's get to some stuff kind of, I don't know. Let's talk about Tyrannosaurus, like I was planning on doing today. And P-Dage, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Love the positive vibes, says Nikita. I appreciate you saying that. Jexy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anywho, Here's a documentary I've not seen for a long time, like since I was a kid, and it features now my old boss, Jack Horner, the guy you saw in the welcome video. I specifically remember renting this VHS, borrowing it from the Pleasant Hill Library in Pleasant Hill, California, and just being enraptured by this. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. Little did I know that I would later go on to work with some of the people who were in this documentary, and now I'm kind of in this world. It's called Valley of the T-Rex, and I think you'll like it a lot. This is from the early 2000s.
The field is narrow to what we understand.
And Seven Greebles, thanks for the follow.
Stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
So we're going to watch this, and whatever questions you might happen to have during this, please don't hesitate to ask them. This is meant to be a springboard for discussion. We're using this to kind of spark new ideas, spark curiosity, and I'll be interjecting a lot during this. This video is 50 minutes long. It's probably going to take a couple hours to go through, I'm guessing, because we're going to have lots of tangents, lots of rabbit holes to explore. It's gonna be good. So check it. That's totally Liz right there. Holy cow. Yeah. Liz has got gray hair nowadays. She actually went gray, I think, during her 20s. This must be even before that. This might be her first season in the field, but we're gonna be interviewing Liz live on stream at the beginning of February. I've worked with Liz in the field for multiple years, and it's so cool seeing her here. Yeah. And yeah, iconic bandana, says Sloppy Salamander. Liz always wears a bandana like this in the field. Often a blue bandana. There. We were just looking at this website yesterday. This is the museum I'll be streaming from at the beginning of February. Fieldwork. Yeah, and there's Liz right there with her blue bandana. And then I show up a whole bunch of times on this website because I've done a ton of field work with Denver and Liz. There's me right there. There's my leg right here. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, there's Liz. Oh, this is so cool. And Eddie Scarn says, this is the dinosaur documentary that says that T-Rex was a scavenger. We'll be talking about that because, yeah, Jack has his reasons for saying that. I think he's kind of trying to make a point. I'm not sure he was ever really convinced of that idea. But we'll be talking about how that's maybe a means to get people to actually think about these as living animals and think about how to test these hypotheses rather than just accepting the idea outright that, oh, well, because the movies say so, it must have been a predator. But yeah, if we want to think about things in a slightly more scientific way, and it requires kind of, questioning some assumptions. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? It's good to see you here. We've got 2 of the 3 cats who live in this house on stream at this point. We had Sweetie Pie earlier, and here's Mini Pie. There. How are you doing, Minnie? Thank you for the follow there, Jimboski30. I appreciate it. And Mini Pie appreciates it too, huh? Yeah. Oh, good to see you, Minnie. You want some treats too? We got to get on with our documentary here, so let's just pay that protection money and continue, shall we? Mini Pie's like, nothing personal. It's business. There we go. Yeah. There we are. Good stuff. glad that you're chewing those. They are dental treats. You want a few more? All right, I can indulge you. Here, let's do a few more. There we go. That's it. Got a blep. Very nice, chaotic. Good. Nice. Did you get all the pieces? Oh, good for you, Mini Pie. Good for you. Thanks for visiting. There you go, Jesse Benitez. Yeah. It's always a protection racket with these cats. If you're just going to hang out there, that's fine too. That's fine too, Mini Pie. There, we'll continue our documentary. And howdy, Dyson Dinosaur. It's good to have you here, Filippo. I hope you're having a good day. Look, it's Liz Friedman Fowler. We're going to have Liz live on stream at the beginning of February. I'm going to be visiting her in Denver in North Dakota for some special streams. And here she is. This might be her first field season working at this Tyrannosaurus site. And Belit, how are you doing? Hello, Science Streams. What's shaking with you? It's good to see you. Howdy, Belit. There really weren't a lot of cars back then to crush. Not really any. Could it really crush a car with its jaws? I mean, it's... What kind of car, I guess? These are incredibly thick jaws, and the teeth are... They're like this big around. Like almost conical. Well, they're not conical, but they're extremely robust. Really, really wide diameter, long circumference on these teeth. They're kind of like... It's kind of a cliche to call them lethal bananas. But they are. It's the same general kind of shape. Really, really thick in cross-section. Unlike the kind of laterally compressed, almost blade-like or knife-like teeth of other meat-eating dinosaurs, tyrannosaurs, especially the tyrannosaurians like these guys. They've got really, really thick teeth for puncturing and crushing their prey. So yeah, could they crush a car? I suppose. You know? I think it would still break its teeth on a smart car. Cars are made of metal, says Mayor Space. It's often true, yeah. Anyway. Perhaps they would get injured in the process. To be fair, I mean, like, a bear can pull apart a car. Not necessarily with its jaws, but we're talking about a flesh and blood creature that... Yeah. Yeah, here. This isn't even a grizzly. This is an American brown bear. Ursus americana. Oh, and it literally just opened the door. That's not what I was looking for. Here.
A trip to the frozen food section for this enormous black bear. Only problem, this is not a supermarket, it's the garage of a home in Lynn Valley. After passing over a few items, the bear finally chooses some soup bones and settles in for a nice meal.
We've been here for 3 years, we've seen quite a lot of bears, but this was a big bear.
Luckily, nobody was home at the time, the homeowner only returning after neighbors informed them they had an uninvited guest. Eventually, with the bear...
He looks so happy right there. Oh, I'm on TV. Hey, everybody.
Eventually, with the bear outside, the homeowner was able to close the garage door, and the giant beast scurried away into a nearby backyard.
This year has been the most. We've had 4 bears come to our garbage. Previous years, maybe 1 or 2 in a year.
There's a smell there, so they're going to seek that food out. They don't necessarily understand what homes are and that people live in them, and that can be a danger to them or to us.
There was another bear encounter Thursday, this time in Belcarra, where a black bear got trapped inside a very hot vehicle after a door was left unlocked.
Oh, so the bear opened the door, got inside, the door closed behind the bear. The bear couldn't figure out how to get out.
The poor Toyota Yaris didn't stand a chance as the bear turned the interior inside out.
Okay. This is the interior of the car wrecked. It's not like the bear bit through the roof of the car or anything like that. I guess you really don't have to do that with a car for the most part. There are weaker parts than the frame of the vehicle that you could break through with your claws or your teeth, you know? Anyway, yeah. But yeah.
Thank you.
That is the thing. Like, people get really, really upset when you even have the suggestion that, like, maybe Tyrannosaurus did a lot of scavenging, you know? Here's the thing, is that when we're talking about this animal, this is a creature that's got... It's more famous than most human celebrities. Pretty much all human celebrities, come to think of it. I figure more people have heard of Tyrannosaurus around the planet than have heard of any given human celebrity, you know? It's a big name. Appearing in a lot of different popular media to the point where I think a lot of folks... They might have to stop and think hard for a minute before they actually remember that it's a real-life creature. An animal that really existed, rather than just something that exists in popular culture, you know? That's kind of a hurdle you gotta get over with the general public, is reminding them this is a real-life animal. Tyrannosaurus can be a wonderful ambassador to the field of fossil science. And I'm grateful for that. But at the same time, it's a lot of misperceptions about it. Is it more famous than Mickey Mouse, says Dr. Irrefutable? It's probably appeared in more films than Mickey Mouse. Sure. Yeah. And Deathsaurus says, I just remembered, did you see the picture of the Rex skull you're printing? I think that's a photo of the skull still mostly encased in stone. Deathsaurus, did you share it in the Discord or something? I've not looked at it yet. No, thank you for sharing it, but, yeah. Here, let me see if I can find it real quick, actually. Did you send it as a DM to me? And Kenny HY.
He's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he?
Thank you for the follow there. I appreciate that,
Scales
Kenny.
at a substantial 35 tons.
Let's see here. Oh, direct messages. Here we go. I've almost never opened my Discord except for Thursday Birds Day, and then only to look at that Thursday Birds Day thing. So it might take me a while to find this. Oh, thank you, Claire. Oh, general section. Okay, that's gonna take me forever to find it. If you can just post me a link, Claire, I'd appreciate that. And it has appeared in a film with Mickey Mouse as Mayor Space. It has indeed. Tyrannosaurus appeared in 1940's Fantasia. Not in the same scene as Mickey Mouse, but Here's everyone's favorite copyrighted rodent here. And then in the Rite of Spring segment, of Fantasia, you have a fight between a three-fingered Tyrannosaurus and Stegosaurus here. It is clearly supposed to be Tyrannosaurus. He's really got a grand entrance here, too. Yeah. Yeah. The king of the dinosaurs. Anyway, yeah, this classic fight very much never happened. It is true there, Crimson Carnotaurus. For anybody new watching, there is more time separating Stegosaurus from T-Rex than there is separating T-Rex from us. You and me and Twitch.tv are closer in time to T-Rex than T-Rex is to Stegosaurus. These two dinosaurs lived about 80 million years apart. T-Rex only lived 66 million years ago. It's kind of mind-blowing to think about, you know? But yeah. Yeah. So T-Rex is from the very end of the age of dinosaurs. It ended 66 million years ago. Stegosaurus, by contrast, is from the end of the Jurassic period, about 145 million years ago. So they are very much not supposed to be together. They lived very far apart in time. Yeah. Stegosaurus was ancient history by the time that T-Rex evolved. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Can confirm that it was intended to be Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, indeed, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah, Walt Disney said so himself. But yeah. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, I know the extreme vintage paleo-artistic importance of Fantasia. It would be rad if someone would make a modern reviewed version. Yeah. An updated version of the Rite of Spring sequence would be so cool. It really would be, you know? Somebody should do that. It would be pretty neat. Anyhow. And there's the pic. Thank you, Claire Burr. So the Tyrannosaurus skull that I'm printing right now is... Oh boy. Is this the same one? Huh. This is the, the Maximus specimen, as it's been called. Kind of rounded lacrimal horns right there, lacrimal crests. Yeah. Unfortunately, this one was sold at a private auction and is now, as I understand it, in a private collection. Huh. Side. Be the same one, yeah. Yeah, okay. I can see that. Anyway, Frandler, thanks for being here. I'll see you next time. Anywho, let's continue with this right here. The color question. What colors were certain dinosaurs? We have started to figure that out for a select few dinosaurs. When this documentary came out in... When was this? September 10th, 2001 is when it premiered. We kind of assumed that we'd never know what color dinosaurs were, but we've started to figure it out. The example I like to give quite often is Sinosauropteryx, this dinosaur who is so well preserved. Well preserved enough that not only is the skeleton complete, but there's a fringe of feathers, fossilized feathers preserved there that have within them melanosomes, color cells on the feathers, from which we can figure out what color the animal was. And we realize that it looked a lot like this. Orange and white stripes running down its tail. Incredible. There's an animal that lived 130 million years ago, and we can figure out what its color pattern was. It's just bonkers, right? We can do that for a number of other dinosaurs, too. Like Psittacosaurus, knowing that it was counter-shaded like this. Also kind of a rusty orange, probably. Dinosaurs like Borealopelta. Again, kind of a rusty, orangey kind of color, but counter-shaded, lighter underneath. And then dinosaurs like Anchiornis. Like this. A red feathered crest on its head. Mostly very dark colored feathers, but with white stripes running across the wings like that. Get to other dinosaurs like Kaihong. We know this animal was mostly dark colored, but had iridescent, colorful feathers around its head and neck. Like this. Pretty cool to think about. Yeah. So anyway, a lot's happened since this documentary came out in 2001. In the subsequent 25 years, basically, we've learned so much more about certain aspects of dinosaur paleobiology, including coloration in a few cases. So yeah. Yeah. And Freaky Feline says, really, dinosaurs are just huge burbs? In a sense, kind of. Or birds are just small dinosaurs with feathers, adapted for flight. It's a better way to think of it, but yeah. Yeah. Anywho, and addicted to capping games, what is this? Let's see here. Oh yeah, here's Mark Lowen right here. He's done a couple of these, I think.
T-Rex. This is the actual size. Only about this much would have stuck out of the mouth. With teeth this big, T-Rex could chew anything apart that it wanted. Literally, it would grab animals and tear them into chunks and swallow the chunks whole, bone and all. Hi, my name's Mark Lowen. I'm a paleontologist at the University of Utah and the Natural History Museum of Utah.
He's there at NHMU in Utah, so the fossils that I collected in Utah this past summer are destined to end up at the Natural History Museum of Utah in Salt Lake City. And who can tell me what ceratopsian dinosaur this is back here? This is the holotype specimen of which ceratopsid dinosaur? You got it already. Holy cow, Salamander. Yes, indeed. Diabloceratops. Yeah. Here, I should show you the really cool Diabloceratops model that Ios got me for Christmas. Here. Oh, this is so cool. Ios got this off the Paleontologizing wish list. There's Diabloceratops right there. Just gorgeous. Fully posable model. This is going to be wonderful for art purposes. I can use this as a maquette. You know, pose it however I would like, so that when I've got to illustrate a ceratopsian dinosaur, I can get the perspective right, the lighting, all that stuff. So, just gorgeous. This is from the Beasts of the Mesozoic series. Anyway, there's the original skull right there. That was originally discovered by Don DeBlue, Uncle Don, whom I work with in the field. You saw him in that video clip when I was showing some field work. Yeah. Very, very cool. are we?
Yeah. I'm happy, and there'll be more.
There's Jim.
And
There's Uncle Don right there.
Not always. I mean, a lot of those are non-running races, but
yeah,
I'm sure I've probably over 200.
Wow, that's impressive.
Over 200 old. That's why I can break them out from like the 90s. And
exactly, yeah.
So we had not a running joke, but just a thing every day in the field. Don would have a. Oh yeah, here's the hat.
From my baseball cap. It disappeared during just. Oh, there it is. Wow, you're good, man.
Maybe not very good at finding his hat, but very good at finding new species of dinosaur, like Diabloceratops.
And you shall receive.
Thanks, Don. Yeah.
I looked all around it and looked everything. There.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, it was just a tiny spot.
Oh, can we take a look at Don's running shirt of the day?
So this is a running series of Don's running shirt of the day.
This is our running series, Don's running shirt of the day.
Oh boy, I'm so predictable.
I mean, that's just a Slaughter's Ale thing, but
yeah.
I don't know, it's some sort of vet.
Nice, benefiting the Utah Animal Assisted Therapy Association.
There you go.
Very nice. Yeah.
Did that one a couple times.
Cool. Yeah.
Wheeler Farm.
Too many bones.
Don's a big-time athlete, so he's got a lot. How many different running shirts do you think you've gotten over the years? If you had to take a wild guess. How many dozens, I wonder?
How many? I've probably done somewhere between 500 and 600 races over the last 40 years, but
and you get a shirt for each one?
Not always. I mean, a lot of those are.
Anywho, forward to this next year, we're gonna see some of the same shirts and some new ones too, I'm sure. Yeah. Anywho, thank you for the 100 bits there, Guganuti. Appreciate you. Yeah. So that was my crew this past summer in the field, but I've done some work in the past with Jack Horner, Denver Fowler, Liz Friedman Fowler, etc. Let's go back. Shoot. I wonder if they brought this up for the cameras, but this is a thing. Oh man, I was telling Ios and Lordy about this the other day. This is the dino wheel. So this was, oh man. Here. This is from long before my time, but it intersects with my own life in an interesting way, maybe. In 7th or 8th grade, we had an invention fair at my school. Like a science fair, except you have to make an invention instead. And so I made a scale model, because I didn't have the budget or the wherewithal to create a full-size one, but I wanted to invent an implement for transporting fossil jackets in the field. And because I wanted to come up with some sort of invention that was related to paleontology, you know? This is what I came up with. Find that book. I was inspired by one of Jack Horner's books, a particular photo in one of them. There we go. In his book, Dinosaur Lives, from the late 90s. Was that? There we go. The Dino Wheel. So this is Jack Horner's old field partner, Bob Makela. So Bob Makela, with one of his inventions, the Dino Wheel, which can be used by two people to get heavy loads in and out of areas having no roads. So it's basically like a dirt bike wheel right there, with an off-road tire on it. 4 handles. Apparently, Bob designed and built this himself. He welded it together. It's pretty sturdy. And here's a crew of people using this years later. This was back in the 1980s that Bob Makela made this. I thought it was a really, really cool invention. also known as a wheelbarrow. It's not a wheelbarrow. It's different, damn way. It's a different thing, built from scratch. Dirt bike wheel, and then a big compartment in here. It's rather shallow, but it's very wide. You could put a fossil jacket or bags of plaster or whatever inside. And then you have people at the front and at the back. Like this. And I thought that was the coolest thing. I remember seeing this picture in this book and going, hey, I want to make an improved version of this. And that was my invention for the invention fair. I made a scale model out of cardboard and aluminum foil and wire and duct tape and the spray paint and all that. It was cool. I got, I think, second place. First place winner was a guy who made a torture device for birds. He had a pet bird at home, and he's like, yeah, the birds really hate it when I spray them with water. So here's a device with a perch on it, and when I put the bird on the perch, it's just heavy enough that it activates the spray nozzle to spray the bird. They hate it, and somehow that got him first place. I still remember that. I was not happy about it at the time. Anyway, it's a waterboarding device for birds. Anywho. But as it turns out, the dino wheel didn't work particularly well. The first version of it that Bob Macula invented.
We are now capable of getting into areas where people would...
It's like, you might as well just use a stretcher. Having the wheel there doesn't really help that much, I guess. The crews hated this. I remember talking to Liz about it, because my first summer in the field, when I went to the Hell Creek in 2011, we went up to Shoto, Montana first to go to the storage unit to see pick up all the supplies and the gear that we would need, and there was the dino wheel there in this big shipping container, and I said, holy cow, I remember this from when I was a kid. I remember this from Jack's book. My, 8th grade invention fair project was inspired by this, and here it is in real life. And everybody who had been on these field crews said, yeah, we hate that thing. It's awful. Got so many blisters on our hands from it. It was nerve-wracking to use it. We despised that. Here's footage of them actually using it in the field. I imagine it would be easy to topple onto the side, said Thesaurus. I think that was one of the reasons why it didn't work particularly well, So anyway, they say never meet your heroes. In this case, never meet those fabled inventions from your childhood books, I guess. I don't know. Toast says, I think we could improve the design by adding 2 side stands so it can't be tipped on the side. That is exactly what I did for the invention fair, as it had, legs that would fold down from the center for when you need to, stop and rest so the thing doesn't fall over and doesn't tip from end to end. That was my big improvement that I made. Also, it had 2 wheels instead of 1 in the center. Because, again, the dino wheel is just 1 wheel. So that's why it's not dino wheels. But it's all balancing on a central point like that. So it could go forward or backward or side to side. It could tip over in either direction. And that would be disastrous. There we go. So, again, 1 wheel in the center. Just 1. So you gotta have people on all 4 sides to balance it. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Goganudi says 4x4 is nice because full power. So these areas are impassable by 4x4s. The terrain is far too rough. But even if it weren't too rough, it's still illegal to bring vehicles here because there's no roads. It's not like you can just go and tear up a hillside with your giant 4x4. We're working on public land. And so there's rules, there's laws about where you can and can't drive. You've got to stick to the actual roads. Very funny, Claire Byrne. But yeah, a 5x5 says handed, yeah. And it's a horse a vehicle in the eye of the law. It depends where you are, Salamander. In some places, you're allowed to bring pack animals through, and in some areas, you're not. Here, I think that would have been okay, but a lot of this terrain is too rough for horses. It's too steep. It's really tricky, you know? Yeah. Mayor Space says goats can do it. Maybe? I mean, a mountain goat could, but it's not like mountain goats are really domesticated, you know? Anyhow. Pack mules it is then, says Dr. Irrefutable. I mean, this is why we have graduate students, is what Jack would say, you know? Yeah. I bet a mule would work, says Golganek. Yeah, because, again, we have mules everywhere. They're just all over the place. You know, you go down to your corner store and you say, hey, can I borrow a mule? And they say, yeah, sure. You know? The nearest mule to this spot is probably, it might be hundreds of miles away, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I've never used mules in the field. Very few people that I know have used mules in the field. Yeah, because when you've got a mule, you've got to transport the mule. So you've got to have a big trailer and a truck, and it's usually just more trouble than it's worth, you know? Yeah. But pack men, there you go, DM-wing. Yeah. So instead, you just have graduate students, you know? Plus, they need food, they need water. Exactly, Mazar rules. Sometimes it gets too hot for mules. Like, what are you going to tell a mule? Like, hey, you know, go stand in the shade over there and drink some water. It's like, gotta be careful that you're not giving these animals heat stroke, you know? And holy cow, is that Ed Simpson there? Ed, thank you so much. Holy cow. Thank you so much. And do you know of any crews that use mules nowadays? Because I certainly don't. Yeah. Thank you so much, Doc Simpson. I really appreciate your support. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, holy cow. 20 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Thanks to your generosity there, Ed. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. And Dousty Pence says, graduate students can starve and overheat, and there isn't a group to advocate for them like mules, so we use them. At least they take orders better than mules do in most cases, you know? And it's easier to go stick a grad student in the shade than it is to put a mule in the shade. You know, you could just go stand behind a hoodoo or under a little tiny scrub brush or something like that and at least get a little bit of shade. With mules, it's tougher to get them shaded, you know? And Anakin Gabriel says, you can tell the grad student, I'll add your name to the paper we'll write about this in a few years. That won't work for mules. True. Yeah. Also, you don't have to have a separate, like, trailer behind your truck for grad students. They can generally stay in the cab of the truck. Or in the bed of the truck, failing that. Yeah. Anyhow, the grad student trailer, says Claire, yeah. Or like a walk, yeah. Says Danny, about T-Rex, was Stan or Sue the most influential specimen found? And neither of them is the most influential specimen. The not holotype, but maybe a paratype specimen of Tyrannosaurus is probably the most consequential. Amon H. 5027. But between Sue and Stan, I would say Sue has had more papers published on that particular specimen. For those of you wondering what we're talking about, we've got a lot of specimens of Tyrannosaurus nowadays, and by a lot, I mean maybe 40 or 50 that are complete enough that we can actually, like, you know, talk about them as individual specimens. So there's Sue and Stan right there. These are two BHI specimens. The Black Hills Institute near, I think, Faith, South Dakota. That's essentially a commercial group. BHI is like a commercial showroom. They sell fossils. And both Sue and Stan were sold at auction for various reasons. It's a long story. But anyway, we've got a lot of other specimens of Tyrannosaurus. The Wonkelrex, which is represented in these emotes. You can see that on display at various museums around the world, like Berkeley, like Museum of the Rockies, like the Smithsonian. That specimen there. The Wonkelrex. Right here, there's the bronze cast of the Wonkelrex outside the Museum of the Rockies. There's another view of it there. Really cool seeing that at night. Here's the original, which you can see now at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Chomping on a Triceratops. There's another view of it right there. Workshop before it was delivered. Lots of other specimens, too. Yeah. X-Rex, also known as Montana's T-Rex. This is at Museum of the Rockies. There's Yoshi's trike just peeking up behind it, just over that barrier. That's a Triceratops specimen that I helped excavate in 2011. Anyway, but the most consequential, most studied, most storied Tyrannosaurus specimen ever found would, without a doubt, have to be H 5027. There's no cutesy nickname for this particular Tyrannosaurus. But even if you don't think you're familiar with this animal, you absolutely are. And I'll prove it to you. Here we go.
This is the king of time. For many of us, Tyrannosaurus rex is the dinosaur, our lens into a lost world. Since its discovery, the word Tyrannosaurus has been used in print more than twice as many times as any other dinosaur name. And T-Rex landed its first starring role the same year as Rudolph Valentino. Ever since a fossil hunter from the American Museum of Natural History dug Tyrannosaurus rex out of the Montana dirt, it's ruled our view of the past.
No, rock, not dirt.
Icons tend to capture the public imagination. They're just too big and sometimes too ugly, and sometimes too beautiful to be denied.
Lovely video from the American Museum of Natural History.
In my work, I get to read the manuscript first. So I read the manuscript of Jurassic Park. We're talking, this would have been back in 1989. I was relatively young, 25, 26, junior designer for book jackets at Alfred A. Knopf.
Chip Kidd is the man behind a famous dinosaur. Behind him is the dinosaur that inspired his famous book cover.
Yep.
When tasked with creating a design for Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park, Chip searched for ideas.
Certainly.
Oh, and Doc says not aware of any mule users, but we almost used horses. Interesting, Doc. Okay. And that's really interesting. Thanks for replying. And if you replied earlier and I missed it, I'm sorry. But thank you again so much for your support. Really appreciate those gift subs earlier. Almost used horses. There are examples of crews back in like the 30s and 40s using mules. I can find you a picture. Here. Watch out, mini pie. Cats everywhere. There we go. In Dick Hilton's Dinosaurs and Other Mesozoic Reptiles of California, I think he's got a photo in here from a mosasaur or plesiosaur excavation in the Central Valley of California, featuring a mule. I think the mule is mentioned by name, too. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. I don't think this was in the most remote area, though. I think it was pretty near to a road. There we go. All right, watch out, Minnie. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Queenie the mule transports 400-pound jacketed hadrosaur remains on a scraper/sled. Robert Leard is guiding the specimen while Dale Turner handles the reins. Photo by and from the collection of Arthur Drescher. Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, it's not unheard of to have mules in the field, especially back in the day, but I think nowadays it's more rare. I feel like motor vehicles have largely supplanted the role of equine beasts like that. Not just in the field, but in everyday life, you know? I don't know. I would definitely not say no if somebody wanted to volunteer a team of mules for use in the field. That would be super cool. But it's just not common, you know? Yeah. And Overdose Toast says, what was the name of the previous book? Oh, that's, this one, Dinosaurs of California, or Dinosaur Lives by Jack Horner. One of these days, I'll put a recommended reading list up on my website, but I haven't done that yet. Anywho, good to see you, Minnie. Welcome back. It's gonna hang out here? That's fine by me. Anyway, that Tyrannosaurus specimen AMNH 5027, even if you don't think you know it, you definitely know it.
There's a lot of books on dinosaurs, scientific paleontology and fantasy and everything in between. So the problem to solve when creating the first edition book jacket for Jurassic Park was to somehow entice the reader into a story that was about dinosaurs, but like nothing that they had ever encountered before. But I do remember before I started and I was talking to our editor-in-chief, and do remember him saying, you know, think of something as iconic as Jaws. That's what we...
Which is also really funny that he mentions that. Think of something as iconic as Jaws, because the Jurassic Park logo is based on a specimen at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. The Jaws logo, also based on a specimen at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. Let me see if I can find that real quick. What was that documentary called? Is it The Shark Is Still Working? There we go. I'm gonna try and be smart about this. Let's look up the transcript. Design. There we go.
Jaws. Few images have become more emblazoned on pop culture than this one.
Yep.
That image is iconic and was responsible for getting a lot of people into the theaters to see Jaws. You know, what kid wouldn't want to go see that movie?
It's almost like a bullet before it hits somebody, and the fact that it leaves it all to your imagination is what, you know, the poster of Jaws did so well.
It conveyed all the emotion that is aroused by the fear.
But where did it come from?
You just got it. The minute you look at that image, you got it.
Jaws' poster is the Bible of how to do it. You know, that's all you need to know. You know, you don't need to know about the main characters and their arcs or anything like that. big shark, pretty girl, bad situation.
One of the things that happens when you do an iconic film is it becomes a touchstone for other artists and other comments.
Yep.
Jaws artwork.
So again, we just saw that right here. They said, well, it's got to be as iconic as Jaws, you know?
Before I started, and I was talking to our editor-in-chief, and do you remember him saying, you know, think of something as iconic as Jaws. That's what we want to come up with.
Yeah.
Became an element of political cartoons, for years.
In fact, the shark and swimmer were used to represent virtually every issue in the political spectrum. And it wasn't just politics getting in on the action. Over the years, even up to this day, the Jaws motif has served as fodder for a variety of more offbeat applications. But what today has become a pop culture icon actually had very humble beginnings.
There we go.
The art of the swimmer, swimming above the great white shark, originated on the cover of the paperback edition of Peter Benchley's novel, Jaws, published by Bantam Books, and Oscar Distel, who was the chairman of the company, always regretted that he didn't sell it to us. He could have sold us the artwork, but he gave it to us as a publicity thing, so I kid him about it to this day.
Yeah, he could have made a lot of money.
One name that's not as well known in the annals of Jaws history is Roger Castell, the artist who created the legendary image.
Yep.
Castell was a seasoned paperback and magazine illustrator working in New York, whose skills were increasingly in demand at the time. And the assignment was simply one among many.
Oscar Distel said,
oh, did he do The Empire Strikes Back, too? Very cool.
Said, have I got a great book for you? You'll love it. You can read it over the weekend. They felt the hardcover version wouldn't work on the paperback. I did a very rough sketch, and they said, that's great, just make the shark realistic and bigger. Make him very much bigger. I had gone to the Museum of Natural History, and I had my camera with me.
Here we go.
I said, do you have a shark exhibit in the building? And she said, yes, they do. But it was all down, and they were refurbishing. They were cleaning them. All the sharks were laying on easels. They're plaster, and so I had my camera with me. I knew what position I wanted the shark in, and this is the great white that they had laying on an easel being, I guess they were dusting it, and that's what I worked from.
There you go. So that was an AM&H specimen right there. The two of the most iconic pieces of, two of the most iconic film posters, Jaws and then Jurassic Park, they were both originally covers of paperback novels. Or maybe hardcovers in the case of Jurassic Park, but it was the art that was on the book that later became the film poster and just became this iconic image. Both of those are AM&H specimens, American Museum of Natural History in New York. Jaws and Jurassic Park.
And I'm thinking, well, yeah, that would be nice, but I don't see how that's going to happen in a million years. But hey, we've tried a bunch of different things. I remember we tried commissioning a painting of what a
Bondo Latour says, goes to show the importance of museums. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes.
Of dinosaur skin would look like. And the answer was it didn't really look like much of anything. I've always been fascinated by pterodactyls. I tried that. But, really, of course, you've got to give the T-Rex a try.
Yep.
T-Rex has come to be a shorthand for all dinosaurs. So, of course, it had to be included. It didn't live in the Jurassic, but Cretaceous Park didn't have the same ring.
And so I came here to the Museum of Natural History and just hung out and stared at this guy.
This is AMNH 5027. It doesn't have a cute nickname, but it was one of the first dinosaurs displayed to the public.
That's not true. It's not one of the first dinosaurs displayed to the public, unless we're talking about like the first 100 dinosaurs displayed to the public. This went on display, I think, around 1910, maybe 1915. Before then, you had lots and lots and lots of other dinosaurs on display prior. The first dinosaur skeleton to be mounted for public display was Hadrosaurus falkii in, I think, Princeton, New Jersey. No, Philadelphia, excuse me. In sometime in the 1870s, 1880s. But you had a lot of other dinosaurs on display at the Yale Peabody Museum, at the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia, at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., before the T-Rex went on display at AMNH. This wasn't even the first dinosaur on display at AMNH. Anyway.
So, it's had time to leave a big footprint.
But that it has.
It's certainly fair to say that our T-Rex is one of the world's most famous dinosaurs, if not the most famous. Tyrannosaurus rex, the skull, is a very important scientific discovery. The first really complete skull and skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus ever discovered. Since the early 1900s, we've had many decades to absorb T-Rex into our own cultural fabric.
This specimen, seen by millions of visitors every year, has shaped our collective idea of what a dinosaur is. In the beginning, this was T-Rex. 9 years later, in 1915...
Did I say 1915 earlier?
Crowds thrilled at the sight of a towering Tyrannosaurus rex.
Oh, yeah.
To the public, it was a monster with enviable posture. But paleontologists already knew the stiff prizefighter stance wasn't right. Planning models showed more nimble animals, but the metal rods that had to hold up several tons of fossil could only support the T-Rex in a very vertical pose.
And that's because they wanted to put the actual fossil bones on display. If they'd gone with lighter weight plaster casts, they could have put it in a more dynamic, more realistic sort of pose. Nowadays, we've got resin and, 3D printed plastic like this. You could do a lot of interesting stuff with something this lightweight, and obviously not as delicate as fossil bone. But back then, they thought it was really important to put the actual fossil bones on display for the public to see. And I agree with them to a certain extent. It's, I think, important to show people the real thing if you can, if it's feasible, if you've got the budget and the wherewithal and the space and the security and everything to put those actual fossil bones on display for the general public, you should do it. And they had that at AMNH, but they had to make some compromises in the pose,
Tons of fossil could only support the T-Rex in a very vertical pose. And thus were born generations of tremendous tail draggers. It started with the skeleton and this early illustration by Charles Knight, done for the museum. One of the first dinosaurs on film was almost an exact copy. This is T-Rex's movie debut in a 1918 film.
The way it goes,
called
thanks
The
to the
Ghost
follow.
of Slumber Mountain.
Wonka wonka.
That same animator would go on to make King Kong.
Willis O'Brien.
Which also featured a T-Rex. And the museum Tyrannosaurus was solidly lodged in pop culture. Barnum Brown, the discoverer of T-Rex, consulted with Walt Disney on the dinosaurs of Fantasia.
We
and
saw this earlier,
Godzilla
Fantasia.
carried the DNA of specimen 5027 in his mutated cells.
Yeah, to a certain
It
extent,
was
yeah.
the dinosaur that ruled our
Yeah.
imagination for decades. The only mounted Tyrannosaurus seen for a quarter century.
Yeah, I wonder who...
When I was a kid,
Who had the next one? So for 25 years, this would have been the only one. It might have been... Maybe it was at the Carnegie in Pittsburgh. Maybe they put their Tyrannosaurus up on display after this. Because for a while, there were only 2 Tyrannosaurus-associated skeletons known from anywhere in the world. when they were both at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. We were talking with Matt LaManna about this. Here. In the field last summer.
But yeah.
So Matt LaManna is the curator of paleontology at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh. Transcript. If I can search this for Barnum Brown. Not in this one. Okay, we don't talk about it there. But I can try this one.
Called the Western Interior.
There's Matt right there. No, I guess we didn't talk about it on camera. Thank you, Rapunzel, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But Matt LaManna was telling me this story. So, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, this is what their Tyrannosaurus skeleton used to look like. This is the original T-Rex, the holotype specimen. And it was brought to Pittsburgh during World War II. Let's see. We should have a video there. Here's Matt LaManna here in this video.
Dinosaur on a hillside in eastern Montana. 3 years later, during the summer of 1902, prolific fossil hunter Barnum Brown discovered the first bones of the skeleton of a huge meat-eating dinosaur on a hillside in eastern Montana. 3 years later, in 1905, he collected the remainder of the specimen, consisting of about 40 bones in total, including much of the skull, and shipped it to his employer, the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. Later that year, Henry Fairfield Osborn of the American Museum published a formal paper in which he officially and forever designated the skeleton as the type or name-bearing specimen of a new species that he called Tyrannosaurus rex. That skeleton, by definition, the world's first fossil, the world's most famous dinosaur, stands here in the Dinosaurs in Their Time exhibition at Carnegie Museum of Natural History.
So it's there in Pittsburgh. This, you know, they said, where was it? Here, that this was the only, at AMNH, the only mounted means standing up, like skeleton put together, the only mounted Tyrannosaurus exhibit, only mounted Tyrannosaurus specimen anywhere in the world for 25 years. I think it was, the second one in the world was probably this one here in Pittsburgh. This is their old mount of it, and that was sold to the museum in Pittsburgh. AM&H sold the original T-Rex specimen to the Carnegie. Again, this is not the original. This is the second one. It was better. It was prettier. It was more complete. They put that one on display, but the original, the holotype that they had in the collections, they sold that to Pittsburgh.
You might be wondering, if this T-Rex skeleton originally belonged to the American Museum in New York, then how did it come here to Pittsburgh? The answer is simple. In 1941, Carnegie Museum of Natural History bought this Tyrannosaurus from the American Museum. The price? $7,000, worth about $150,000 in today's money. Although, of course,
like
$150,000 is a lot of money by almost anybody's standards, when you consider that another museum purchased a T-Rex skeleton for $8.36 million in 1997,
That was
or more
Sue,
than 100 times what the Carnegie Museum paid for the type specimen in today's money, it would appear that the American Museum gave the Carnegie one of the greatest deals since the age of dinosaurs.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Now, there's like a long-standing story. It's like almost an apocryphal story, a legend almost, that AM&H sold Pittsburgh, the Carnegie Museum, the holotype T-Rex skeleton because they were afraid that New York would be bombed by the Germans, and they wanted to kind of spread out the T-Rex specimens. So, like, if one East Coast city got bombed and completely destroyed, there would at least be one surviving T-Rex specimen. That's a story that I've heard many times. It makes sense. It is apparently completely incorrect. I was talking with... I was talking with Matt Lamana about that this past summer, and he's like, yeah, that AM&H needed money, so they sold the specimen. That's why they sold it. They needed cash. And they didn't sell it for very much. You wouldn't have this sort of thing happening today. It just doesn't work like that. But, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. With that said, we'll get back to our Tyrannosaurus video. And yeah. And Izzy Black, good to see you. Those fires are down in Southern California. I'm about an 8-hour drive away in Northern California. So don't worry about me. Things are fine up here. I appreciate your concern. Why did we think T-Rex had 3 fingers per arm for the longest time? Jesse Vanitas, great question. You see that in a lot of older Tyrannosaurus depictions. Like, well, shoot, like this one right here. In Fantasia from 1940. By this time, see those 3 fingers there? By this time, we really knew that T-Rex had 2 fingers on each hand. But I guess Walt Disney liked the idea of a 3-fingered T-Rex. When Tyrannosaurus was first discovered, there was kind of an assumption that it must have had 3 fingers. You see that in early mock-ups like this one right here that showed up in that video too. Because every other theropod dinosaur, every other meat-eating dinosaur up until that point had 3 or more fingers, 3 or 4. And so it was kind of assumed like, oh, you know, Tyrannosaurus must have had 3 fingers as well. And then we realized that, oh shoot, not only were there more complete specimens found, but other Tyrannosaurs, things like Gorgosaurus, Albertosaurus, later on Daspletosaurus in the 70s, they were found that they only had 2 fingers. So that became a Tyrannosaurid thing, only having 2 fingers per hand. But at the outset, with incomplete specimens, before they were really intensively studied, before anybody had really thought hard about who were the close relatives of this animal, there was kind of an assumption like, oh, well, like other theropod dinosaurs, it probably had 3 as well. And then we kind of realized, oh shoot, it only has 2. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. Lays Fort says, if T-Rex had small arms, how did they scratch their back? They didn't, not with their arms. They could maybe go up to a tree or something and scratch, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And Izzy says, Danny, your closed captioning isn't working. Izzy, there's not much I can do about that at the moment. If it's not working, it's not. It is working. At least it's working on my end. Do you have the closed captions turned off? I can try and refresh the page. Reload. Start captions. Closed captionings. It looks like it's working. Anywho. So yeah, let's continue with this video here before we get back. Yeah.
Tyrannosaurus seen for a
Very
quarter
funny,
century.
When I was a kid, I mean, I guess my image of T-Rex was the kind of ink etching of a T.
I know exactly the book that he's looking at here. This is Roy Chapman Andrews' All About Dinosaurs. Ah. Here. There we go. Recognize that illustration anywhere. Duck-billed dinosaurs. Allosaurus. See, three-fingered Allosaurus here. Very much a thing. And there's Tyrannosaurus right there in this book. See? Yeah. And whatever does it, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
T-Rex standing in front of a bunch of palm trees, and he's fully standing erect with his hands up and his tail dragging on the ground, just in those traditional ways. It's kind of the same image you see on the cover of books like Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
After staring at specimen 5027, at the time still posed in a very upright stance, Chip made his way to the museum gift shop and bought a book.
This is the book.
The book is Vertebrate Paleontology and Evolution, and the drawing is adapted from a paper published in 1917 by the museum paleontologist who named Tyrannosaurus Rex
Henry
after
Fairfield
Barnum Brown
Osborne.
dug it up. It's an illustration of this very same specimen. You can tell because of this little bump right here. When this particular T-Rex was fossilized, one of its bones, this one, the ectopterygoid, which supports biting force, got shoved out of place. It makes for a very distinctive profile.
Yep, so the antorbital fenestra right there, which is this opening in the skull. Here, I can name these different fenestrae for you. You've got the nares, this is the nostril right here, the maxillary fenestra inside the maxilla bone, the antorbital fenestra, the orbit, that's the eye socket, so the eye would be right there, and then the postorbital fenestra. So postorbital, behind the orbit, antorbital, anterior, in front of the orbit. There you go. A lot of people, when they look at a T-Rex skull like this, or the skull of any theropod dinosaur, they mistakenly think this is the eye socket. Now, I got this as a gift recently. Almost like a little bobblehead treatment of a Tyrannosaurus skeleton. And they make that mistake right here, you know? The head doesn't actually bobble, it's fixed in place. But, here, whoever put this together very clearly thought that the antorbital fenestrae are supposed to be the orbits. They thought these are the eye sockets here. Because you look at it head-on like that, and they goofed up. The eye socket is actually right here. That's the eye socket right there, the orbit. So, yeah, and they even try and give it personality. They give it kind of like a mean kind of look right there. Apart from that, you know, as a character, this isn't bad. It's got the correct number of digits. They didn't paint the hallux here, which they should have done. But anyway, yeah, it's not terrible. But that part is really goofy to me. That's really funny that clearly they thought the antorbital fenestrae were the eye sockets. Yeah. And I got that as a gift, Izzy. I'm not sure where it's from, but it's fun. Yeah. So anyway, they goofed that part up, but Chip Kidd, who did the Jurassic Park logo, also goofed up in an interesting way.
So Chip took this scientific illustration of specimen 5027 and started working.
This was totally pre-computer. We were still doing everything in the art department by hand. I was literally tracing it, but I was making creative decisions about how to alter it to make it into something somewhere between just a skeleton and a completed animal.
And in doing that, well, he left out the nose. His T-Rex has got no nose. How does he smell? Terrible. No nose right there on his Tyrannosaurus.
Chip's
you look at the Jurassic Park
logo
logo?
to Michael Crichton for approval. The reply was swiftly delivered via fax machine.
I think it said, "Wow, fantastic jacket."
Jurassic Park hit the shelves in 1990 and was on the bestseller list for 12 weeks. And that was before the movie came out.
They did.
Yep. Yeah.
Did an advanced screening of the first movie for us, and we're sitting there, and the movie comes on, and you get to the part where they're finally going to the park, and there is the sign
with no nose. The nares, the nostril, is missing. How's he supposed to smell? You know?
And you're like, oh my God.
Universal Studios had licensed Chip's design and adapted it, almost unchanged, for the poster.
Yep.
See? It still has the bump.
Yep. That kind of weird like flange with the ectopterygoid coming out into the antorbital fenestra right there. Yes, indeed. And also he left out the nares. He left out the nares. There's no nose. There's no nose there.
For the poster. See? It still has the bump. It's specimen 5027's birthmark, distinctive and unique among all fossils.
Yep.
So this very dinosaur has made its way onto countless t-shirts, toys, Jurassic Park Cheez-Its, and this.
This is the official Jurassic World toaster, and it burns an image of the drawing into a piece of bread.
Oh, does it really though?
Well, it's supposed to. Not everything can live up to the T-Rex's oversized reputation.
There's no predator in the history of the Earth on land that was bigger and by inference more ferocious.
I think that it's probably by far the best known dinosaur. Because of its notoriety, because it was found in North America, it probably is the most studied dinosaur of all the dinosaurs that we know.
Our concept of what T-Rex looked like and how it moved has radically changed as we've learned more about it.
And looking at most Tyrannosaur models, the body is just so big and fat and totally robust. I mean, I don't view Tyrannosaurs that way, and I think that the skeletal evidence really shows that they were much thinner. They were very...
Which is interesting, because the consensus nowadays has swung more toward a thicker, heavier body.
Belt animals.
And they probably looked a little fluffier.
From all the inferential evidence we have, adult Tyrannosaurs were feathered.
People sometimes don't like a revision of what they cherish in terms of their own imagery. But what I find is that over time, that's easily changed, because younger people come to it without those kinds of connections to their own nostalgia. As science becomes more understood, it's absorbed by culture.
You know, dinosaur skeletons suggest the dinosaur, but we have to complete it in our heads. When you come here to the museum, you know, your imagination takes over and you imagine these things walking around and how big they are. And a dinosaur skeleton it's mysterious.
It's that mystery that keeps us coming back. Our imaginations layer the possibilities of millions of years over these bones. This is as close as we come to walking in the shadow of deep time.
Cool stuff. Excellent video from AMNH there. There's a link right there for you. But yeah. And Izzy says Fluffy is more accurate, right? Well, we don't know for certain whether adult Tyrannosaurus had feathers. We've got a few chunks of Tyrannosaurus skin. There's a piece right there. It shows a pebbly, kind of scaly texture. But we only have a couple of patches from the whole body. I presume that these animals probably would have had some kind of feathery covering, maybe higher up on the body, but it would have been pretty sparse. Again, we've talked about this many times. Is that Moon Pie? Hello, Moon Pie. Speaking of fluffy creatures, hello, Moon Pie. Let's see if we can get her to come up here on the desk. Hey, here. We can have all 3 cats on stream today? Wow, here. Oh, what's this? You love your plants, Moon Pie. You want to come up here and see? Yeah, here, if I ignore her, she'll probably come up here. The Tyrannosaurus in prehistoric planet, the juveniles are shown with this kind of fuzzy, feathery coating to them. And the adults are too, but it's much more sparse. Almost like the hair on an elephant. What a Moon Pie? Yeah. Yeah. So I suspect that they would have had some kind of feathery, tegumentary structure, but it probably would have been not super dramatic, you know? Not like a down coat, more like, I don't know, more like peach fuzz. Peach fuzz feathers. Anyway. And, ladies and gents, we've just had a cat trick. That's all 3 cats on stream today. Moon Pie. Good to see you. Oh, Moon Pie loves her plants. Even plastic plants. Yeah. Are the cat siblings? They are not freaky feline. Definitely not. No. They're different ages from different places. They're very different. But they get along pretty well. They're not best friends. They don't cuddle or anything, but they tolerate one another. They sometimes enjoy each other's company, but they like to keep a distance from each other. Oh, Moon Pie. Yeah. And Izzy says it was proven without a doubt that they had feathers. If you mean they, meaning dinosaurs, yes. Now we know a large number of dinosaur taxa would have had feathers. Large number of dinosaur species in general. We know a lot of dinosaurs had feathers. We're not sure about T-Rex in particular just yet. But we do know that other tyrannosaurs, like for instance, Tyrannus, we know they had feathers. Yeah, don't we, Moon Pie? Yeah, we know that. I enjoy our time together here, Moon Pie. You used to never come on stream, and now here you are again. Weren't you here yesterday? Did you show up yesterday on stream too? Yeah. Moon Pie's New Year's resolution must have been more stream time. Well, if it is, you're certainly succeeding. Yeah. Here we go. You, Tyrannus.
Due to their large size, the remains of T-Rex's cousins are kept in a warehouse in a suburb of Beijing.
Nice.
Yeah, Tyrannosaurus is a really amazing animal.
Scuba Dooba Dooba says, dumb question. It's not a dumb question. Are dinosaurs more related to birds or reptiles? So here's the thing, is that dinosaurs are in between birds and other reptiles. Birds evolved from dinosaurs, so birds are a kind of dinosaur. And dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, which means that birds are a kind of reptile. Again, birds are dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are reptiles, so birds are reptiles. Does that make sense? Yeah. Dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus are theropods. These are two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. Many of these had feathers. This is the group of dinosaurs that birds evolved from the theropods. And so T-Rex is way more closely related to birds than it is to crocodiles, or even more distantly to things like turtles or lizards or snakes. It makes so much more sense to think of Tyrannosaurus as being like a bird relative, because it's much closer to birds, than it is to think of it like a lizard relative, or even a crocodile relative. Does that make sense? Yeah.
It's a really big animal.
And this is not off topic. That's a great question.
Mass. Its body covered by feathers, really long feathers. So this is unexpected. Traditionally
So this creature is thought to be closely related to T-Rex. It's thought to be a Tyrannosauroid. I've heard some people say that maybe Tyrannus is actually an Allosauriod. Maybe we'll see a revision of that in the future. But right now, the general consensus seems to be that this animal is pretty close to T-Rex on the theropod family tree, and it's got feathers.
We thought, when animal get big, for dinosaurs, same. Those feathers, reduced feathers, or at least feathers are kind of sparse. But here we have a large-bodied dinosaur with dense and long feathers. So this is bizarre.
Very cool.
The fact that such a large, warm-blooded animal was covered in feathers suggests that its body size was not sufficient to regulate its temperature. So the climate must have been very cold. The discovery of the largest feathered animal ever found confirms the hypothesis of a temperate climate with harsh winters.
This animal's like 9 meters long. It's like 30 feet, practically.
It proves that the theropod dinosaurs of Liaoning wandered into the winter snow 125 million years ago. And that the feathers of the little Sinosauropteryx and the huge Eutyrannus protected from cold temperatures in this region of the northern hemisphere.
Gastralia? Probably Golgonic, yeah. Yeah, they would have had Gastralia too, those belly ribs. And N7 Greeble says, how do we know they weren't cold-blooded? There's a bunch of different lines of evidence that show that they were warm-blooded. Having feathers like that is a good clue. Cold-blooded animals typically don't have integument like that. They don't have like an insulating coat of fur or feathers on their body. That's generally to keep body heat in. Warm-blooded means that you're generating your own body heat from inside. You're burning calories to generate your own heat. That's what warm-blooded means. I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but bear with me. Cold-blooded means that you get your heat from the sun or from a warm rock or from whatever else, So that's one line of evidence. We've got other lines of evidence, like we can cut open the limb bones of dinosaurs look at the rates that they were growing. We can get clues to their metabolism by looking at the structure of the interior of their bones. That also shows that these animals were warm-blooded too. Their growth rates are consistent with a warm-blooded animal. There's multiple lines of evidence that all kind of point toward warm-bloodedness for dinosaurs like this. It seems like warm-bloodedness is probably the default for dinosaurs. That's probably the ancestral condition for these critters. If there were any cold-blooded dinosaurs, some people argue that there would have been. Maybe stegosaurs, maybe ankylosaurs would have been cold-blooded. If those dinosaurs were cold-blooded, that was like a special thing that they evolved, where they didn't start off that way. That was like, that wasn't their default state. They had to specially evolve in that direction to become cold-blooded from a warm-blooded ancestor. So yeah. Anywho. But yeah, and would they have been able to reach that size if they were cold-blooded? There are some animals that are ectothermic, aka cold-blooded, that did get really, really big. You look at things like things like Deinosuchus. These huge crocs from the age of dinosaurs. Just like modern crocodiliforms, modern crocodilians, these guys would have been cold-blooded, presumably. Yeah. Given warm enough temperatures, animals like this can get really big. They can evolve in a direction to become larger. Oh, Moonpie! Just getting on your hind legs and pawing at the plant there. Oh, Moonpie. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Moonpie. Wow, always a treat to see you. It feels like such a rare thing, but it's becoming more common, and that makes me happy.
Here. No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Oscar Jr.'s does. Thank you for the 19 months. Holy cow. Thank you. Keeping me here online for 19 months. It's a long time. Good stuff. Oh, she's doing it again. Oh, Moonpie. Yeah. I just keep some plants around here all the time for her. She loves it so much. We need an emote for Moonpie. We do. Now that she's showing up on stream, we need to make an emote for Moonpie. Yeah. And maybe I'll do a new mini pie emote as well. I just got to take some good photos of them with good lighting, and I can turn those to emotes like I did with the Sweetie Pie one. Yeah. Peeking behind a plant. That's a good idea, Casey Snowart. I'll see if I can just get some good portrait photos of them with good lighting, and we'll run with that. Maybe I'll think about adding a plant later or something. Anyway, back to our Valley of the T-Rex documentary here. We'll continue to... Sartreal says, what about hibernation in dinosaurs? Do we know any evidence for that? I think no. For a while, there was an idea that dinosaurs like Lialinosaura, not an easy dinosaur to spell. We know these dinosaurs lived down in Australia, back when Australia was within the Antarctic Circle. There was an idea that these critters may have hibernated, but I think looking at the histology of their bones shows that they didn't hibernate. But we should really ask Holly about that at some point.
Paleontologist.
Here we go. Kind of the queen of paleohistology.
Dinosaur fossils in Piedmont of North Carolina, so that was kind of fruitless. But
Dinosaur paleohistology.
you know,
Holly Woodward here.
I was always fascinated with microscopes as well, because I really like the way you can look at things on a high resolution scale and see even more information. So it was really exciting for me to learn about bone histology, where I can.
So Holly, her thing is that she cuts open limb bones and looks at them under the microscope to figure out what's going on with them. Here, she's explaining that here.
Which digitizes the specimen and the piece that you can take out, so you have a complete digital record of the bone. Some museums ask that we paint the cast and then reinsert it. So in this bone, this middle piece right here is the cast piece. So you can see how it looks really
take
nice.
A section out of that bone.
Continuous. The only reason you could suspect it was a replica is just the two little cut lines there, but otherwise it fits back into the bone perfectly. So that's my first pitch for why you should let me do this. And the other reason is that we would have no idea about these dinosaurs, how old they were, sometimes if they were male or female, their growth rates, their growth curves, if we didn't look inside the bone. And I've been really lucky in getting to do this. Before I went to Australia,
Thanks, Overdose
only
Toast. Hey.
Polar dinosaur from Australia had ever
Appreciate
been
you. I hope to see you next time. Thanks for being
here. And I
here.
increased
Sleep
that
well.
sample to 12. So that doesn't sound like much, but for paleontology, that's a nice sample. And then more recently, I've been looking at T-Rex. So I do have a prop here
T-Rex.
this is a slide of a juvenile T-Rex. The tibia.
I think that's the Jane specimen.
All the brown is bone. And it started out as a block. So I take the bone, I embed it in a plastic resin. And then I take a thin slice out of that resin. The resin is basically there to keep the bone from crumbling. Then you glue it to a glass slide, you polish it down, and then it's so thin that light can pass through. You can put it on the microscope, and the picture I have up on the monitor behind me is actually a piece of dinosaur bone.
Under polarized light,
that's
so it gets
the
those really pretty
process, and I've been able to do it and all kinds of cool stuff, including, this is one of my favorites. This is a slice from a T-Rex femur. So
let's protect our fossils, because
an Overdose Toast, thank you.
America loses them forever.
Hey, I really appreciate that support. Thank you, Overdose Toast. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you choose to stay subscribed. Thank you very much for that pledge of ongoing support. Welcome to the community. I appreciate you. Now you go get some good sleep like you were talking about. But thank you. I appreciate you.
Histologizing, I guess you could say, is that a new word? This big T-Rex femur, so that's so cool.
How I want to get back to T-Rex in a moment, but how do you even grind a slide that's that big?
So for something like this, I actually do have to cut it down.
So this is the cross section of a T-Rex femur. So this is how big around it would be like that. You're looking at a cross section of it.
Pieces, but I measure the thickness of each cut so that I know how much I'm taking away every time I make a cut, so that I can reconstruct this digitally, and I end up with like a 12 gigabyte file, but it's this T-Rex stitched back together. Sometimes my computers have a lot of trouble with that, but you have to do it.
Again, we see Diabloceratops in the background. They love doing digital appearances at the museum in Salt Lake from inside the collection space. Again, there's Diabloceratops there, like we saw earlier. Mark Lowen was here in the same spot.
Ride to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Wood, thank you for the 14 months of support. Thank you for helping me avoid step 1 myself by continuing to support this broadcast. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, Holly Woodward here. Holly Woodward Ballard now, after she got married. I really want to bring her on for an interview sometime soon, and we'll talk to her about dinosaur histology, why it's so important, and we can talk to her about whether or not dinosaurs like Lialinosaura actually would have hibernated. Because that was what her doctoral thesis was on, as I recall. I was there for her doctoral thesis defense back when I lived in Montana. Yeah, she might even talk about that later on in this video, so I'll give you a link. But I think the general consensus now is that, yeah, dinosaurs like Leonosaur didn't hibernate. They were active year-round.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
And the Abyss of America, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, as far as we know, dinosaurs, they were doing their thing year-round. Rain or shine, bright or dark, warm weather or snow. And that kind of reflects that most, if not all, dinosaurs were warm-blooded. It's the general consensus nowadays. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff.
In that brief moment,
let me caution.
We alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
I appreciate that. Let me caution. Thank you for your continued support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Good stuff. There we go. Yeah, an anthropology/maritime archaeologist here, but I do love me some dinosaurs. Well, welcome, Abyss of America. That makes sense now. Your username makes sense. Welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs in the field. I was broadcasting that for the past 3 summers, doing field work. Yeah, live on Twitch. But during the off season, I usually stream from here in my office in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Why aren't my lights changing? Hang on. Odd. It's a bug, whatever. Anyway. Gonna be doing a lot more traveling and some more fieldwork this year too. Hopefully more than last year, so stay tuned for live paleontology from out in the field. And thank you.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed,
Craig Famtha
loses them forever.
Thank you for subscribing. Holy cow. I really appreciate that. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the lack of ads. Thank you for your support. That means a great deal to me. It really does. And thank you, Mark Melbourne, for those 10 gift subs. We were talking about how birds, all birds, are dinosaurs, including this lovely Tinamu here, who's very excited about those 10 gift subs that you've just gifted.
Get out of there, it's gonna blow!
Shoot.
Mark Melbourne is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Mark Melbourne. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Holy cow. Stuck around for the dinosaur facts, subbed for the cat trick joke from earlier. I appreciate you. Craig, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm glad somebody appreciates that.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And Bearded Fortress, thank you for the 18 months. It's a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. Here, let's see if that fixed our... There we go. Yeah, it works now. Good. Thank you, everybody. Again, I stream to you from the San Francisco Bay Area. This is where I live. We're gonna hopefully be doing some fossil excavations here in the Bay Area this year. Then later In June and July, I'll be out in Wyoming and Utah, respectively. I might be in southern Utah as early as March for some fossil excavations. We'll see. Yeah, lots of exciting stuff coming up for sure. And Hugan says, are most wreck specimens found by themselves, or there have been more than one specimen found in the same location together? Ooh, good question, Hugan. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head of two Tyrannosaurus specimens being found together. But I can think of a Tyrannosaurus specimen being found with a Triceratops specimen. Yeah, the so-called dueling dinosaurs are a Tyrannosaurus, or Nanotyrannus, as some people would say it, and a Triceratops found together. In, a sandstone fluvial sediment. They were probably washed together during like a seasonal rainstorm or a flood event or something like that. But yeah, exquisite preservation on them, just beautiful. So yeah, I would call this Tyrannosaurus, but some people would say this is Nanotyrannus. And this specimen might actually prove key to figuring out what's going on there. Is Nanotyrannus valid? Or not? Is it just a juvenile T-Rex? I suspect it's a juvenile T-Rex, but science is not about presuming. Science is about testing ideas. And with new evidence that comes in, we're able to test some of those ideas, and we'll see what comes of this, So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, I'm a loner, Dottie, a rebel. There you go, Gary, yes. Yeah. And how we know the social behavior of Tyrannosaurus? We don't, Red Zed. We don't. Not for Tyrannosaurus specifically. How do we know that males were good fathers, like in Prehistoric Planet? We don't. Or whether the females were just single parents? We don't know that. That's speculative. Really spectacular. Yeah. We're
Caution 66
not sure.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to oof_da.
And thank you, Lemmy Caution, for gifting Oofda. It's very Midwestern, upper Midwestern sounding username. Oofda. Oh yeah, there, hey. Thank you for your gift sub there, Lemmy Caution. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Minnesota, so pretty correct there. Oh. Well, good. Oh, guy, thanks for saying that. And Oofda, thank you for the gift sub there.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Relu 32.
I really appreciate it. Thank you, Oofda. Good stuff. Thank you. Dave Nevia says, well, if we've never found two adults together, then we can presume they were either solitary like possums or socially fluid like raccoons. No, not necessarily, because we don't have a very big sample size. That's the thing, is that most dinosaurs in the Hell Creek Formation you don't find together. Even ones that we think were probably really social. Even things like Triceratops or Edmontosaurus. For whatever reason, we just tend not to find them together. It might be like a preservational bias thing. It might also, one contributing factor might just be that these animals are really big. In the Hell Creek, almost every dinosaur that's represented in the Hell Creek is the largest of its kind. Like Tyrannosaurus, largest of the tyrannosaurs. Triceratops, aka, well, maybe also including Torosaurus, largest of the ceratopsian dinosaurs. I guess the ornithomimosaurs and the oviraptorosaurs don't fit there, but Thescelosaurus, biggest of the Denversaurus, I think, might be one of the biggest of the Nodosaurs. Ankylosaurus is one of the biggest ankylosaurs. Everything gets really big in the Hell Creek. You've got hadrosaurs walking around that are practically the size of, like, sauropods. They're huge. And so as a result, when we're digging these animals up, if there's a second individual right next to it, it's like you might never know it unless parts of them happen to cross. Because you're already digging a really, really big pit, and then you're getting all of the fossils out that you can. So, I don't know. It's like, even digging up an entire skeleton of a dinosaur like Tyrannosaurus or Edmontosaurus or Triceratops can be really difficult. When I was working in the Hell Creek in 2011, digging up the Yoshi's trike specimen, there we go. The Triceratops that holds the record for having the longest brow horns ever found. There's me with the cast skull there before it went up on display. This is during the mounting process. Oh, there's some of my jacket art I did 2011. We couldn't dig up the whole thing. There's still bones there in the ground of this animal. We didn't have enough time that whole summer to get the whole thing. So there's bones from the tail. The tail was continuing to go into the hill. The forelimbs might be nearby too. They may have already been eroded away. Maybe they weren't even fossilized in the first place. Maybe they were eaten. Who knows? But with dinosaurs this big, you might not get the whole thing. And if there happens to be a second individual right next to it, you might never know. Because you already spent so much time and energy. This animal took 2 summers to excavate, and we still didn't get the whole thing. So maybe that's one of the reasons why Hell Creek dinosaurs are not normally found in groups, is like they're just too big, you know? Maybe there's a second individual right next to it, and you just don't have time to dig in further and find it, you know? In places where we've got lots and lots of dinosaurs preserved together, like Ghost Ranch, New Mexico, where you've got all those Coelophysis. These are smallish dinosaurs. They're about the size of, I don't know, maybe a large dog. And there's a whole bunch of them found together, all kind of curled up like this. Because they're small, they're easier to dig, and you're more likely to find more of them. Yeah, I'm trying to big in this image so you can see. There we go. Look at all of these Coelophysis specimens just stacked like cordwood here. Yeah. Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. Anyhow. Is there ever going to be a continuation of that dig? Probably not, Dave Nevius. No. It's a long story, but there were politics and funding reasons for not being able to continue there, and yeah. Sir Keel says, how common is it to find tooth marks and bones from predation? Not common from predation. Well, that's the thing, Sir Keel, is it becomes really difficult to figure out whether something is predation or scavenging. I'll show you an example. So here's a cool thing from my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. This is a piece in Nature, just like a press piece. But by examining a whole bunch of different Triceratops bones and finding bite marks on them, Denver was able to figure out how Tyrannosaurus probably dismembered Triceratops carcasses. So finding bite marks on the backs of the frills like this, and then on the fronts of the faces, and then on the occipital condyle, the back of the frill, was able to figure out that, shoot, consistent patterns show that Triceratops after Triceratops, their carcasses were dismantled in this same way. So the Tyrannosaurus would presumably grab the back of the frill, start to pull the head off like that, kind of chew on the front of the face and then eat all of the neck muscles right there at the base of the skull. This is happening after the Triceratops is dead. Maybe the T-Rex killed the Triceratops right beforehand, or maybe it stumbled across an already dead Triceratops. We can't really tell. The only way that you can tell, like if you have evidence of predation, the only way that you can demonstrate predation in the fossil record, a predator actually attacking a living prey animal, is usually if that attack was unsuccessful, but still left marks on the skeleton. So you might have bite marks on the skull or on the tail or something like that. Evidence of the predator biting, leaving wounds, and then the wounds healing. That evidence of healing shows that the prey animal survived the encounter. This happened while it was alive. If this T-Rex ran down this Triceratops and killed it and then pulled it apart, we can't tell the difference in the fossil record between it killing the Triceratops and just happening upon an already dead Triceratops. Because if it killed the Triceratops and started eating it, like, it's dead right away. There's no chance for the bones to start to heal. Does that make sense? In order to demonstrate predation, we need to actually show, like, have evidence of healing afterward that shows that the animal was alive at the time that it was injured. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Jesse Vanitas, if the horns were bony, is there a possibility of even bigger keratinous horns? Yeah, almost a certainty that the horns of dinosaurs like Triceratops would have been even longer in life, maybe half again as long, maybe 50% longer, because of that keratin sheath over them. We looked at that here. It's true for teeth, it's true for not teeth, excuse me. It's true for horns and it's true for claws. Let me see if I can find you that clip from Landing, Utah, when we talked about this. Here we go. This is a Spinosaurid. It's got these lovely, super long, narrow jaws. On these to show you really kind of the let's get to that claw. There we go. And check this out. This is a baryonyx claw right here. I have a cast of this, or rather a 3D print at home. Yep. Very familiar with the specimen. Right over there in my house. The one at the British Museum. So that's the bony core right there. But if you go around the side, there it is reconstructed with the keratin on the top. Yeah. So birds are kind of the same way, where they've got a bony core to their claws, but that doesn't show you how big the actual claw would be in life. That's really neat. I love that. So I hope that kind of illustrates that point. N7 Greeble says, I've got a funny story for you. When I was in kindergarten, I asked my Spanish teacher, I know what an herbivore is and a carnivore, but what's a porfivore? And a teacher said, please. I like that, Greebles. I like that. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says examples of healed injuries like that Edmontosaurus with the bite marks on its tail. Oh, and its vertebrae, the only confirmed signs of predatory action versus what you would get from eating. Crimson Carnotaurus, I've heard from multiple dinosaur workers that they don't think that those are bite marks on the Edmontosaurus tail. They almost look more consistent with just like the kinds of fractures and healing that you would expect from like a tail getting stepped on rather than being bitten. But here we go. Yeah. There's that specimen with the top of one of the neural spines there is missing and another one is damaged. pointing to it right there. I've had several dinosaur workers tell me who've looked at these specimens and being like, yeah, it doesn't look like a bite mark. So yeah. Yeah. And
Moment from prehistoric time.
Kate Pitt, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. And yes, Crimson Carnotaurus, Allosaurus with a hole in its pubis. Yeah, that does seem like it's probably from a stegosaur tail spike. Have there been any Tyrannosaurus or other theropods with signs of injuries from ceratopsian horns or ankylosaur clubs? I think so, maybe? I'm struggling to, like, recall details off the top of my head, but I want to say that's been claimed before. I don't know whether it's, I don't know how robust that evidence is. Yeah. This is neat. That's an interesting figure. Edmontosaurus skulls. Never seen this before. Oh, very cool. Huh. Yeah, the variation. So there are some people who argue that there's multiple species or multiple genera going on here. Edmontosaurus annectens and Titan and maybe a Natosaurus too. But yeah, very cool stuff. Oh, and then you've got Edmontosaurus regalis versus Edmontosaurus annectens. Yeah. That's a really cool figure. That's really neat. Presumably these are to scale. Huh. Where's the BHI specimen? The one that I printed. It might not be on here. Anywho. Let's continue with our video here.
There was actually a little sand.
That is definitely an issue for an adult T-Rex. If we were having this conversation with Jack right now, he would urge us to think about ontogeny, like we were talking about earlier in the stream. Ontogeny. This is the growth and development of an individual organism during its life.
Ontogeny.
Some of these animals change really dramatically, like Triceratops here. Turns out Tyrannosaurus did too.
Ontogeny.
So now that we've got a better understanding of T-Rex, we can start to figure out that it may have been doing different things at different stages of its life. So Tyrannosaurus would have hatched out of an egg, probably about this big, maybe smaller. So would have been maybe this long when it was first born. Small compared to what it would grow up to be. An animal, you know, what, 13 meters long, 40 feet plus? It's probably doing something very different when it's young than it is when it's an adult. You know? When it's a full-grown adult. Here's Greg Erickson to talk about this. Again, going back to histology, like we were talking about, like Holly Woodward was describing with cutting open the bones and looking at growth rings. We could do the same thing for Tyrannosaurus, and several different teams have done that. Here's a pretty good kind of little primer on what was per day. How crazy is that? Think about that. Nuts.
It's mind-boggling.
Tyrannosaurs went through an incredibly fast growth during their teenage years.
These
animals would have changed from one form of animal into another over a very short time.
So they almost look like different animals at different stages of growth here. That's kind of the point of this. So they go from these kind of lanky, leggy, you know, This is like a teenage growth stage, and when they go up to become full-grown adults, they're bulking up tremendously. So again, they're super leggy, probably really fast runners at this stage. They're probably active pursuit predators. They're probably doing something. But does that make sense? So it's almost like you're looking at a different dinosaur at different stages of growth. It is the same dinosaur. It's even the same individual. But the body form is very, very different from this stage to this stage. Just dramatic growth and changes. We don't see this sort of thing in modern animals. We just don't, you know? Big mammals don't do this. Birds don't do this. It's like very much a weird non-avian dinosaur thing. And that also tells us that maybe dinosaur ecosystems were structured in a different way than ecosystems today. You know, you might have a different way that these niches are partitioned. You might have one species occupying a bunch of different ecological niches, as opposed to today, where it's typically one species per niche, you know? So, very, very different. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. How are you? Anyhow. And Green Amazing says frogs do that? Yeah, but frogs don't get very big. That's kind of the point. Is that we don't have any animals that hatch out and then they take 20 years to reach their full adult size, and they just change tremendously during that time. With frogs, they're doing that in a single year, you know? So, yeah. They are moving through different niches, it's true. So, like, a tadpole is going to be eating different things than an adult frog. But we're also thinking about this in terms of time, where it's like, you know, frogs will go from an egg to a tadpole to a froglet to a frog within the course of a year. With Tyrannosaurus and dinosaurs like this is taking decades. Even with them growing extremely fast, putting on 5 pounds a day at some stages, maybe more, it still takes a while, you know? So yeah. And Mosselin says, what about cicadas? What do they do before coming out for mating? They don't. I mean, they hatch out and then they breed. Right? Or some of them hibernate for over a decade? Well, then they're hibernating. Yeah, they're not really doing much of anything. Yeah. And hey, Racodactylus, good to see you too. Yeah. How are you doing, sweetie pie? You come here for attention? Do you want treats? What are you doing? What are you doing, sweetie pie? And Mayor Space says the Titanosaurs go from the size of a pigeon to the size of a Boeing 737 in just 20 years. Maybe like 30 years for them. But yeah. Yeah, it's something crazy like that. Yeah. Want some more treats? Or you just want pets? What do you want? What do you want? You can use your words, sweetie pie. Can't anticipate your every need. Yeah, you gotta tell me what you want. You gotta tell me. What? What? Those face squishes. Try and get that on camera here. Ooh, there we go. Oh. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's get you some treats. Yeah. Look at all those, my goodness. What bounty. Good stuff. Got all those for you to eat. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with our interior seaway. But by the time that T-Rex is walking around, the Wiss doesn't look like this. It's a bit smaller, at least.
As the sea withdrew,
At least a bit
mountains formed. Violent storms.
And it's not the withdrawal of the sea that formed mountains. Those mountains, the Laramide orogeny, like we were talking about yesterday, where the Laramidia gets its name, that orogeny was already occurring during the Cretaceous. That's why we have dinosaur fossils. Shoot. Here. I can find you a better clip to help explain this, I think. Here, maybe?
The land once covered by an inland sea is...
No, not this one. Let's see. Here, maybe?
There's still a few conifers around in the time of Tyrannosaurus rex, the bald cypress and its relatives. So the look of the place was similar to, say, perhaps Florida.
There we go. Another T-Rex documentary. This one from 1996, 5 years prior to the one we were watching.
Tyrannosaurus rex has become the most famous of the dinosaurs, the ultimate expression of savagery and power. For paleontologists like Phil Curry, who scour the boneyards of the North American Badlands in search of the real T-Rex, a close encounter is a rare and thrilling event.
The thing that allows Tyrannosaurus to be preserved in this part of the world is the fact that they were living on a coastal lowland, and there was a tremendous amount of sediment coming in from the mountains that were rising to the west at that time.
So, here, in, let's go back to, say, 90 million years ago. We all know this already. The continents move around, continental drift. Sea levels rise and fall according to different things going on in the Earth's climate. Seafloor spreading, lots of stuff like that. During the late Cretaceous period, just before T-Rex evolves, we've got this interior seaway, like a shallow tropical sea, kind of invades the middle of North America like this. Think of it like the Caribbean, or maybe like the Mediterranean in here, but a bit warmer. We've got a ton of T-Rex fossils from Montana, some from the Dakotas, North and especially South Dakota, Wyoming, a few from southern Canada. So this seaway rises and falls, it ebbs and flows, advances and retreats, all throughout the late Cretaceous period like this. But during that time, you see this? We've got mountains rising over here to the west. The birth of the Rocky Mountains. And as those mountains are coming up, they're being eroded too. As those mountains are rising, erosion is working on them, sloughing off sediment. Wind and rain and maybe snow at the highest parts of it are breaking down some of the rock at the top, so as they're coming up, they're also being worn down. It's like a continuous thing. All that sediment is going down into the lowlands there, like Phil Curry is talking about in that clip. So in those coastal lowlands where T-Rex and other dinosaurs are living, there's all that rock, that sediment, that sand and silt and mud and other stuff coming down off of those year after year, filling up those basins, burying critters who died in this area.
The thing that allows Tyrannosaurus to be preserved in this part of the world is the fact that they were living on a coastal lowland, and there was a tremendous amount of sediment coming in from the mountains that were rising to the west at that time.
Yep.
So there were large rivers running across the coastal lowland, and if the Tyrannosaurus body happened to fall in the water, then it had a very good chance of being buried complete. And fast burial is one of the most critical factors in terms of preserving an animal that large.
If you can get buried fast, there's a higher likelihood that you'll be preserved as a fossil. Again, since we do still have some new people here, I'll play you a classic little video. If you've ever wondered, like, gee, fossils are so cool, I'd love to be a fossil someday. Well, here's a step-by-step guide on becoming a fossil.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah. That first step's a real doozy, you know? Yeah. But after that...
Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast.
There we go.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river,
good to see you,
lake, or ocean. The water can deposit sediment over you.
Yep.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter.
Yep.
And wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Yeah, Roxas, this guide makes it sound so easy. Many will try, few will succeed. But that's the thing about fossils, is that, like, individual fossilization events are probably pretty rare, but we've got a lot of time and a lot of critters, you know? We're talking about hundreds of millions of years just during the age of dinosaurs. When you had billions of dinosaurs walking around doing their thing, a few of them are going to be lucky enough to be preserved as fossils and then later be discovered. You know, it's kind of the law of large numbers. It's like even very rare events, given enough time and enough chances, even very rare events become common over a tremendous amount of time. So yeah. I tried this, didn't work, says Otter do it, yeah. Maybe someday, inshallah, we will become fossils. But don't do it yet. We've got promising lives to lead. A variant of survivorship by its kind of green mazing, yeah, sort of. You can think about it the same way. Yeah. Yeah. My last bucket item list is Mosolith. Yeah. It might be a post-bucket list item, because it's after you've kicked the bucket. But, yeah. You know, this other... talks about that a little bit, yeah. Fossilization.
There are more dinosaurs per person in Colorado and Wyoming and anywhere else. You can't get fossil bones unless you cover the skeletons. Otherwise, the bones would just rot. Well, on average, Colorado has been a low tropical landscape with lots of sediment being deposited. So if you're a dinosaur and you died, you had a pretty good chance of being covered up. That's number one.
Dinosaur bones are not really bones anymore. They have undergone the process of petrification.
Well, not fossilization, permineralization. There's still original organic material in there sometimes. Sometimes more, sometimes less. But, yeah, but they have been partly turned to stone. It depends, case by case, it'll be different percentages.
That has hardened them to rock. A dead dinosaur might be covered by layers of silt and clay.
Yep.
The bones became compressed and replaced by seeping mineralized groundwater.
You can't find a dinosaur that's totally covered by rock. A little bit of it's got to be eroded out so you can see it.
Occasionally, these burial places were uplifted and the process of erosion would take over. The bones would eventually become exposed.
And so that's a key point. Iacane says Colorado as a low tropical landscape is a wild statement, but it used to be. That's the thing. We're talking about tens of millions of years ago when Colorado was a low tropical landscape, lowlands. There's since been mountain building events. It's pushed up that whole part of the continent, the Colorado Plateau, as we call it. So it's gone from a depositional environment like this, where dinosaurs would, would get buried.
A dinosaur might be covered by layers of silt.
So it goes from a depositional environment. Over time, things get tilted, the land gets pushed up underneath. It goes from depositional to erosional environment.
Occasionally, these burial places were uplifted, and the process of erosion would take over.
Yep.
The bones would eventually become exposed. Wherever people come across these exposed remains, they become curious.
Oh, yeah. We are a curious bunch, paleontologists, in more ways than one. Yeah. And Devolve says, so the fossils began formation at much lower elevation than they were found? Absolutely, yeah. So a lot of that stuff used to be, like, at or sometimes below or sometimes just above sea level. So again, looking at North America here on our late Cretaceous globe, this is about 90 million years ago. Colorado here, part of it was underwater in the west. And again, this seaway expanded and contracted over millions of years. There are times when almost all of Colorado was underwater, sometimes when almost none of it was. But yeah, these areas here used to be sea level. Now they're 5,000 feet in the air, you know? Like almost 2,000 meters. Our Earth is a constantly changing place, you know? It doesn't stay the same, you know? Here. 550 million years ago to present day. All kinds of moving going on. So not only are the continents moving laterally, they're also rising and falling. Sea levels are rising and falling. Earth's climate is changing, as it's always done. This is really cool. Keep an eye on India here. We'll go back a little bit. Here's India, but watch this. India used to be down here, stuck to the side of Antarctica and Madagascar and Africa. There's Australia, but keep a close eye on India there. It becomes an island, and it shoots across the Indian Ocean into mainland Asia, and as it crashes into the Asian continent, it pushes up the Himalayan mountains like that, the tallest mountain range in the world nowadays. How cool is that? Yeah. Very cool stuff. So what you're looking at here is a result of the combined efforts of literally hundreds, thousands, really, of researchers over the past century. The idea that we can figure out the arrangement of the continents hundreds of millions of years ago is astonishing. But it's a massive collective effort. All of these different researchers contributing their own expertise, their own field work, laboratory work, all kinds of scientific detective work. It's super, super cool. But yeah. And Alethea Crane says, what would be the most likely place for new fossilization today? Any place where you've got a lot of sediment being deposited in like a lowland environment. So, good example of this might be like a Louisiana bayou or anywhere in the Mississippi Delta. You've got sediment being brought down in these rivers, like the mighty Mississippi River, and just depositing sediment there, you know? Be a real good place to become a fossil, potentially. And likewise, you know, take a look at these habitats here. And now take a look at a reconstruction of the Hell Creek environment. Very similar. Lowlands, kind of swampy. We've got some of the same types of trees, things like cypress trees. You've got turtles everywhere, crocodiles everywhere. Not modern crocodiles, but, you know, ancient crocodiliforms. You have some things like palms. You know, it's a very similar kind of environment.
I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Per Chillin, thank you for that applause and that follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. So yeah. Anyway. And Green Mazing says, can we see that in the evolution of Indian dinosaurs? To a certain extent. We don't know Indian dinosaurs as well as we would like to. But, we do see some kind of weird things going on, in that you've got the dominant carnivores are things like Majungasaurus by the end of the Cretaceous. Very different from the Tyrannosaurs. It might look superficially similar. It's got a big head. It's got very small arms. But it's got just, you know, under the hood, it's completely different. Here's my Majungasaurus skull right here that I showed off at the beginning of today's stream. But these guys tend to have very small teeth, almost underdeveloped teeth. They were probably, rather than like increasing the quality of their teeth and making them more durable and stronger, like Tyrannosaurs do, these guys went for quantity instead. So they developed really small teeth that would be quick to replace all the time. Tyrannosaurs also replaced their teeth, probably about, you know, they'd probably replace all of their teeth about once a year or something like that. These guys are doing that even more rapidly. They might, who knows, maybe they go through 3 or 4 sets of teeth in a year. I don't know the exact number. But yeah. In the southern continents, the abelisaurs are they're top dog in the late Cretaceous. They are the biggest carnivores around. Abelisauridae. And yeah, and they don't get particularly big as far as we know. Although we need more field work being done in places like this to figure it out. Oh, and what am I saying? Majungasaurus is not from India. Majungasaurus is from Madagascar. I'm thinking of Rajasaurus. Rajasaurus is from India. It's also an abelisaur. Yeah. I remember when this guy was new. This is what, like 2005, 2006, something like that? Maybe earlier? 2004, maybe it was published? But yeah, Rajasaurus narmadensis. But yeah. And Madagascar was also an island back then too, Mosolith. Like we saw in that clip. So Madagascar in India used to be connected, and then they split apart, which is why you get very similar dinosaurs in different places, and then the dinosaurs also start to evolve in different directions as these continents drift apart from one another. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Anywho. And I'm guessing the Deccan eruptions did a lot of damage to India's fauna. Probably will 6-2. Although, animals do find a way of adapting. Sometimes. Yeah. There we go.
Every spring, females leave the safety of their forest home to make a perilous journey into these badlands.
So this is speculative. We don't know that they did this. But the whole conceit of Prehistoric Planet is like, let's make a nature documentary about dinosaurs and their world. The other critters that lived alongside dinosaurs, too.
They can pick a safe route through cooled, hardened lava. But there are other dangers here. In addition to the steam, a deadly mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide spews from volcanic vents.
Oof. Not the sort of stuff you want to breathe in.
Cool pre-dawn air, these heavy gases sink to create a barely visible, suffocating blanket. Just a few lungfuls can kill. But icysaurs
Anywho,
have one crucial advantage.
Yeah, they're tall.
Their long necks can keep their heads above this blanket of poisonous fumes.
Anywho, they're going there to lay their eggs, as you will see.
And quickly. The climb is steep, but should bring...
Yeah, I can try Prehistoric Planet. It's really good stuff. There. Did we get rid of that command?
Relief at last. And ahead, their final destination.
There. Thanks, Claire. Okay.
A volcanic island in the sky.
No worries.
Rising high above these treacherous badlands.
So this is like sea turtles returning to the same beach every year to lay their eggs.
The huge crater, a caldera, provides a safe communal nesting ground. The surrounding sea of poisonous gases helps to keep predators away. And the inbuilt geothermal heating makes it an ideal incubator.
So yeah, this is speculative, but all the stuff makes sense. Makes good narrative. Makes you think, you know? Oh.
Each mother digs a 7-foot trench in the warm sand to hold over 20 melon-sized eggs.
Now we do have nests of Tyrannosaurs, kind of like Isosaurus. And we do know that they dug nests like this. They laid their eggs in earthen nests, all that good stuff. And here comes Rajasaurus going after the babies.
After 2 days of trekking, the baby's reserves are running low.
So this reminds me again of baby sea turtles.
Come to the rescue again. Small plants have taken root in the cracked lava, sprouting from seeds dropped in the mother's dung.
And Axeman says, I love this video, but I wonder how many kids or others will assume everything in the video is backed by scientific evidence. Well, they did produce these really nice kind of behind-the-scenes segments talking about a lot of this stuff. And here's,
Danger. It cleared the toxic gases. The door opens for predators.
Like Rajasaurus.
Rajasaur. With so many babies out in the open, this could be a feast.
Anyway, yeah. They were originally going to make a whole bunch of different, like, little featurettes. Prehistoric Planet Unearthed? Uncovered, that's what it is. Yeah, and they ended up doing a few of them, not nearly enough, in my opinion. I think the original plan was to have these air alongside the documentaries themselves, and I think it might only be here on YouTube, actually, which would be kind of lousy. But at least they're here, you know? So here's one on T-Rex. How good were T-Rex senses?
This is the skull of one of the most famous of dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus.
Thank God it's Monday. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
This is the skull of one of the most famous of dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus rex. It's also one of the most intensively studied species. Yet even so, new discoveries are still being made about this formidable predator.
See how I was able to bring this back to our subject today, Tyrannosaurus?
Something that continues to fascinate us is how good they were at hunting. Key factors in their success were their senses.
So again, we were talking earlier about, you know, was T-Rex actually a hunter or was it more of a scavenger? And the answer is probably yes. Both. Especially when you take ontogeny into account. You know, these animals changed a tremendous amount as they grew and matured. As they are growing during their lifetimes, their bodies are changing. They're good at different things at different stages of growth. They would have presumably been like fast pursuit predators going after small prey, things like oviraptorosaurs or maybe ornithomimids, maybe thesalosaurs when they're young like this and speedy with those long legs. But when they hit that growth stage around 12 years old and they really, really bulk up, maybe they're becoming primarily scavengers, maybe primarily ambush predators. Like you see right here.
So, how powerful were their eyes, their hearing, and their sense of smell?
And Galrock says, I feel like if you're going to learn some questionable science, at least dinosaurs are a pretty safe topic to be wrong about. I strongly disagree. Shoot. I don't know. When people are wrong about dinosaurs, they are wrong about dinosaurs in a way that, I don't know. It has really, really bad consequences, I think, for your entire worldview. Like, yeah. In the sense that if you understand dinosaur science really well, there's so many things that go into that. In order to understand dinosaur science, you have to understand something about the history of life on Earth. You have to understand evolution. You have to understand, in a sense, the kinship of all living things. It kind of comes with the territory. You learn about dinosaurs, you're learning about these other subjects too, because those are kind of some of the foundations for dinosaur science. You know? That's how you can avoid, you know, stuff like this. You know? It's crucially important, I think, to have the understanding and perspective that dinosaur science can provide. That's why I'm here in the first place. That's why I'm doing these streams. If you learn a lot about dinosaurs, it helps inoculate you against some of the most pernicious and harmful ideas that pervade our society. You're not going to become a young Earth creationist. You're not going to become a flat earther. You're not going to become a vaccine skeptic or like a wacko conspiracy theorist. And I think that's one of the reasons why dinosaurs scare creationists so much. But yeah. Does that make sense? Anywho.
A real dinosaur?
Oofda, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Rakadactylus says, if only someone studied exactly that phenomenon about people's beliefs. Yeah, that's why I'm so eager to have a conversation with you on stream, Rakadactylus. Did I send that email? If I could bring you on Thursday, that would be stupendous. Yeah, we could do it after Thursday Birds Day. I'll do Thursday Birds Day early if that works for you, Reiko. Anytime? All right. Let's do it then. Let me put that on the schedule right now. Here we go. 16th, Thursday Birds Day. Okay. Guest appearance by... The best way to describe you, Reiko? Should I say cognitive scientist? What's your title of choice there? Some nerd. No. There's an underscore there, isn't there? My degree's in cognitive science, so that works. Okay. Plus Thursday Birds Day. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Anyhow. And Galrock says, yeah, I hear you. A lot of that applies to any kind of science. Once you understand where good science comes from, it's a lot harder to fool you with the bad kind. I'd like to think so, yeah. I don't know. I do wonder if there are certain kinds of science, like physics or psychology, where there's where individuals who study those fields might be more susceptible to fringe ideas, pseudoscience nonsense, stuff like that. But that'll be a good discussion to have with Rakadactylus. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Let me get rid of some of these tabs. They are building up too much. And let's get back to this video. So, Was Tyrannosaurus a hunter or a scavenger? Almost certainly both. Maybe they did lean more towards scavenging if if those resources are available to them, especially as full-grown adults. But I think there's a general kind of loose consensus that these animals would have been pretty effective hunters even at full adult giant hulking size.
Are still being made about this formidable predator.
And Green Mazing says, so we have no idea about the difference between male and female dinosaurs? It depends on who you ask, Green Mazing. They're here. This does have to do with T-Rex. So I feel okay doing a brief tangent here.
By helicopter. But the giant...
So, we were talking about this earlier. Remember Bob Harmon on the side of this cliff? This T-Rex specimen, it ended up being extraordinarily important, potentially.
And made the decision to dig it out.
But this was under 50 feet of rock. I mean, this was in a terrible place. There was no road to it. There was no access to it. And so for the next 3 summers, we sent out climbing crews, people that could rappel down cliffs with jackhammers. I mean, it was a horrendous undertaking.
The site was so remote that bones had to be lifted out by helicopter. But the giant cast containing B-Rex's thigh bones was...
Zero Ninja, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, the jacket with the femur in it was too heavy for the helicopter to lift.
It's too heavy. The chopper couldn't get it off the ground. So after all that excavating, Jack gave the order to cut one of B-Rex's femurs in 2. Now that was heartbreaking.
No, well, not really. I mean, get a chance to see inside.
He shipped the bone fragments that fell out to Mary Schweitzer.
So the first piece I pulled out, I picked it up and I looked at it and I said, it's a girl and it's pregnant.
That's the first time, as I understand it, that anyone had ever been able to identify gender in any dinosaur.
Yes.
Mary recognized a specific type of bone called medullary bone, which female birds produce when they're about to lay eggs. No one had ever found it before in a dinosaur. It was yet another link to birds, and it meant that B. rex was definitely no Bob.
So she calls you up and she says...
Calls up and says, we have medullary bone.
Oh, now this had to be thrilling.
Yes, very exciting. And that wasn't all.
Anyway, there's more here. I'll give you a link to this video. So that's been... A lot of dinosaur paleontologists have kind of latched onto that and accepted. But not everybody. Including our first interviewee of the year, Dave Verricchio. We were... I guess it's not up here, huh? There. Hasn't showed up in YouTube search yet. But when we interviewed Dave last Friday, I asked him about this. About the whole medullary bone idea. And he's skeptical of it. So it's, There we go. Birds, when they're about to lay dinosaurs, is like looking at medullary bone. So most of the time we can't tell at all whether or not a given dinosaur was male or female. The only time when that's ever really been said that it's a slam dunk is when you've got medullary bone like that. But even that might be a little hazy.
Yeah, tough to say. I guess we'd have to find more, convincing evidence that these oviraptors that we found on top of them are male versus female. And that's always been a challenging question to sort out.
Right.
To the gender of a dinosaur skeleton. We haven't really done that yet. People have argued this way and that way, but I don't feel.
And Sebastian Valenti, I had him for a few of my undergrad classes. Excellent professor. Yeah, Dave Verricchio. We interviewed him on Friday. He was my undergrad advisor when I was at Montana State.
Like we have a good handle on that.
Right. I know the the only thing that seems at all convincing for figuring out sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs is like looking at medullary bone. So for everybody in the chat who's maybe not familiar with this, female birds, when they're about to lay eggs, they'll start to put down a layer of bone in the medullary cavity. Basically, like it's almost like where the bone marrow might be, and the interior of the long bones. And then apparently they kind of draw from that. They take calcium out of that reserve in order to form the eggshell. Stop me if I'm getting any of this drastically wrong, Dave. But there's an idea that maybe dinosaurs were doing this too, and that we might be able to find medullary bone in dinosaurs, famously in the B. rex Tyrannosaurus specimen. It's been claimed that we have it there. But I've heard some people are kind of skeptical of that idea. Do you have an opinion on that, Dave? Is that?
I'm one of those skeptical people. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think you can put that aside, the B. rex aside. Okay. There's an oviraptor from southern China that we look at that had one egg inside, kind of just in its pelvic canal, and one egg just external to it.
I never
like it had died. What's that?
It was gravid, potentially. Like
it was gravid. Yeah,
she was preggo. Yeah,
I think probably those eggs, when it died, it was forcing those eggs out as it bloated.
Kind of like with those ichthyosaurs that are giving birth. Same thing, where it probably happened after death that the embryo actually comes out. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. But we looked at the histology there, and we have looked at the histology of adults on top of eggs, and in none of those have we found medullary bone. So the gravid female didn't have medullary bone. So that sort of makes the argument that oviraptors probably didn't have
medullary bone. Yeah.
So when you turn to the adult on top of the eggs,
cheers.
It doesn't have medullary bone, but that's just doesn't say much. It sort of is not a
right.
It sort of fails to falsify that it's female, but could be male, could be female. Yeah.
Do crocodilians have medullary bone today? If we're using the EPB, is that
Yeah, they have denser bones. They don't really have a good marrow cavity, and so they do have erosion rooms. They see that where they're drawn.
Anywho, if you want to watch more of this, I'll give you the timestamp too, so you can start off right there. If this tickles your fancy. There you go. But yeah, telling male and female dinosaurs apart is, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's extraordinarily difficult. It could be that they just don't have osteological sexual dimorphism. Could be that the boys and the gals' bones are just look the same, That's the case with birds. You can't really tell a male or a female bird apart just by their skeletons. It's not like they've got different structures or anything. With mammals, it's usually a lot easier. You often have dimorphism in the skull or in the hips. The male has a certain bone for his reproductive gear that the female doesn't have in a lot of mammals. We don't have those differences with dinosaurs or with modern dinosaurs, with birds. So we don't think that we've really got that sort of thing for dinosaurs during the Mesozoic. So it becomes tricky telling males from females. I suppose you could make an argument, if you wanted to be real pedantic, if you wanted to be annoying about it, you could make an argument that we don't really know that, that there were male or female dinosaurs, Maybe they're just unisex, And we don't have a way of falsifying that at this point. We know that little about how this works. That, you really can't disprove that idea, I suppose. There's no reason to think that that's the case, but, yeah. There almost certainly were male and female dinosaurs. But we don't have a way of demonstrating that beyond a shadow of a doubt right now. Yeah. And HD says you're a good interviewer. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was a little, we're just starting up this whole interview series. And there's a lot I have left to learn, but, I appreciate that feedback. Thank you. Anyhow. Leading theories that dinosaurs are closest to birds, but they were actually seahorses. Well, there are a number of different... I don't think seahorses actually change sex. But there are a lot of different fish species that do. There's like entire families of fish where they're all born female, and then later only females who are the most successful and grow to be the largest do they transition to being male. There's a lot of different animal species that are like that. Probably, I would guess that that's not the case for dinosaurs, because dinosaurs presumably would have had chromosomal sex differentiation. Because both crocs and birds have that. And if we're thinking about our EPB, our extant phylogenetic bracket, if there's something that's unknown for dinosaurs and is really tricky or as yet impossible to figure out through the fossil record, we can look at what's known about their closest living relatives. The crocs and the birds. Crocs being like cousins to the dinosaurs, and birds being a kind of dinosaur. We can figure out what's known about them, and both of these guys, their chromosomes determine what sex they are. It's, I think, ZW chromosomes for birds, ZZ and ZW. The females are ZW, the males are ZZ, I think. And for crocs, I forget what it is for them. Oh wait, no, never mind. Shoot, they don't. They don't have sex chromosomes. I forgot. No, their temperature, or the sex of the embryo is determined by external temperatures. Yeah, unlike humans, crocodiles and alligators don't have sex chromosomes. Instead, when an embryo becomes male or female depends on the nest temperature during incubation. So shoot, that actually kind of throws a wrench into things. Dinosaurs may have had a higher diversity of different ways of determining sex than just birds. Interesting. I forgot about that. Yeah. So there's a chance those eggs were still both? Well, I think they're... I want to say that they're default female, and then higher temperatures make them male. It might vary by species, though. I'm not totally sure. You can do your own reading about that, but here's an interesting article from Science about this. You know, we can watch the video, actually. Lovely.
Studying nearly 500 crocodiles in Costa Rica's Palo Verde National Park, scientists found something odd. Males outnumbered females 4-1 among younger crocs. The number is...
And Axeman says, this seems so dangerous to long-term survival. Bad weather could weaken the population. Yeah.
Even more startling because a warming climate should be skewing the ratio in the opposite direction. The mean low temperature in Palo Verde has risen 2.5 degrees in less than 20 years.
Oh boy.
Since sex in crocs is determined by nest temperature during incubation, female hatchlings should be outnumbering males by 2-1.
Oh, so I guess higher temperatures mean female. I don't know if there's a default, but higher temperatures actually mean female. Interesting.
So what's causing overmasculinization in these animals? Researchers think one potential source is fish farms surrounding the park.
Uh-oh.
The tilapia raised on these farms are fed chow laced with a synthetic hormone called methyl testosterone, or MT. This steroid is used to transform female tilapia into males, which are more lucrative because they grow faster.
Oh, so there you can change the sex of a fish just by giving them a certain food. You can see how plastic this is. By plastic, I don't mean artificial. I mean it's easy to change. That's a term that we use in a lot of different scientific fields. Something that's very plastic is like you could modify it. Yeah, it's that easy to change a female into a male tilapia.
MT found in croc blood and egg yolk samples confirms the Palo Verde crocs have been exposed to the steroid.
Oh boy.
To test if MT is altering sex ratios, researchers dabbed varying strengths of the chemical onto alligator eggs, and then incubated them at a temperature that should yield only females. They found that among the eggs with the highest dosage of MT, 60% developed into males. The experiment confirms that MT does have a masculinizing effect.
Oh boy.
Exactly how the Palo Verde crocs take up MT isn't clear, but scientists suspect that some tilapia escape the farm and get eaten by crocs, which absorb the steroid and store it in fat. Females produce eggs and pass it on to their offspring. Researchers say the MT-tainted tilapia isn't likely to be a health problem for humans because the hormone doesn't accumulate in muscle, which is the part of the fish that are cut into fillets.
Okay.
But evidence that MT is loose in the environment is
So don't swallow these fishes whole, I guess. Is it in their bones? Is it in their guts? Where is it?
worrying to some researchers, since it's been shown that low levels of male hormones can be detrimental to pregnant women. Few tilapia farms in the U.S. use MT-laced food, but its use is widespread in the tropics. The hormone even turned up far from the tilapia farms surrounding Palo Verde, with a croc population in an entirely different river system more than 100 kilometers away. This suggests that contaminated crocs are migrating, or that MT could be coming downstream from city sewers. The steroid has medical uses, and bodybuilders are known to abuse it.
Of course they are.
So scientists are branching out to study other regions, and they plan to measure MT.
So that means if bodybuilders who are abusing this later get eaten by crocodiles, then that could harm the crocodiles. That's not good. I don't want that to happen.
MT's effect on more crocs and gators. They want to nail down exactly how the steroid affects reproduction, behavior, and if the contamination is doing harm to other creatures in ecosystems.
Interesting. Well, here is a link to that video right there. Do you even take MT, bro? And Tatsu says, nah, humans pee the extra hormone and it gets into the ocean. I mean, the majority of supplements that people take do get urinated out, so that is, yeah, that is potentially like a worry there. Oh boy. Let's finish out this video. Here. Yeah. And there you go. Brachydactylus, correct as always. The plasticity of sex at various biological levels, chromosomal, genetic, etc., shows how wrong-headed it is for humans to try and enforce a strict binary view of any species. Okay, great. Including our own. Nature does not fit neatly into boxes. Yes. Yeah. I'm so excited to talk to you on stream on Thursday, Reiko. It's going to be great. And Killer Rabbit, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. There. Let's continue.
About this formidable predator.
Carnotaurus, yeah.
Something that continues to fascinate us is how good they were at hunting. Key factors in their success were their senses. So, how powerful were their eyes, their hearing, and their sense of smell?
Turns out pretty powerful.
When we want to understand a little bit about dinosaur senses, it's really, really difficult. We don't have any of the sense organs preserved, but we can get some clues to things like eyesight just from the outside of the skulls.
The size of the orbit, the eye socket.
The shape of the eye sockets. This gives us some clues as to the size of the eyeball and also the directions in which the animal were looking.
Yep.
T-Rex's eyes faced forwards.
That's scary looking right there.
We're looking.
Yeah, shoot. Imagine you hear a noise in your backyard in the middle of the night and you go out to investigate and just looming out of the shadows. It's 5 foot long head like this. Oh, man. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. And Twix Smiles, thank you for the prime there. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, thank you.
Let's protect our
Twix
fossils,
Smiles.
because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Appreciate the support. Thank you very much for that prime. That's wonderful. Thank you.
T-Rex's eyes faced forwards. Evidence for binocular vision.
Yep.
And they were huge, the size of grapefruits.
Big ol' eyes.
The fields of...
Potentially. I asked Carrie Woodruff about this when I was at SVP, actually. I said, I've heard before that, you know, it's almost a cliche. I hear it so often in different documentaries and books that, like, oh, T-Rex had the largest eyeballs of any animal that ever walked the earth. And I said, Carrie, is that really true? You work on sauropods. Sauropods famously have small heads, but some of these sauropods were enormous. You know? Like, even a small head on an animal the size of a jet plane. You know, in absolute terms, that head was very large. Would any of these guys have had eyes bigger than T-Rex? And Carrie's like, I never really thought about it before, but probably not. He thinks they probably still would have had eyes, in absolute terms, would have still been smaller than that of a T-Rex, even if, you know, even as big as these animals are. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you're probably safe in saying that yes, Tyrannosaurus did have the biggest eyes of any animal that has ever walked our Earth. It's pretty cool to think about.
The vision of its two eyes overlapped substantially, giving it very good depth perception, which would have made it a very effective predator.
In the modern world, hunters like African wild dogs have superb vision, but they don't just rely on sight.
Nope. They rely on vibes. Now, on smell and hearing.
Combined with their acute senses of smell and hearing, they can track prey from miles away. Could T-Rex do the same? New medical scanning techniques provide evidence that it could.
CT scanning is something that's
Very
really
funny little
revolutionized our work in paleontology, and it's giving us insights that were simply impossible to gain from looking at the bones themselves.
We can now reveal secrets hidden inside T-Rex's brain.
Yep.
What we can see is that there are key areas that relate to different senses, like eyesight and smell.
These are located in specific lobes of the brain.
The bigger those lobes are, the better the eyesight or the better the sense of smell.
And so, yeah, here's, we call this an endocast. So this is like a cast of the interior of the brain. You could do this through scanning or through making a physical cast. Here's a model on Sketchfab. You could download this and print it yourself if you'd like to. Thanks to Larry Whitmer's lab. There's a link. This is a T-Rex brain right here, helpfully color-coded. So the main mass of the brain here is kind of this lavender color. This kind of pinkish color right here. This is the semicircular canal of the inner ear. This can actually tell us at which angle the animal held its head naturally, like where it would be most comfortable, best balanced. And you have things like the ophthalmic nerve. This nerve comes out to the eyeballs here. And there's parts of the brain that actually correspond to vision in here also. I don't think they're labeled here. There's the cerebral hemisphere. There's the transverse sinus. But anyway, really cool stuff. So I have one of these 3D printed, life-size, in my office. It's in a box right now. I don't want to go fish it out at the moment. But yeah, pretty cool, right?
Large optic and olfactory lobe.
A Green Mazing says, I feel a dog has a bigger brain. This is a brain that's bigger than some dogs are. Like the whole dog. This is like smaller than a small chihuahua. This brain is about this long. It's not small. T-Rex may have been smarter than some of our mammal ancestors that lived at the same time. And it has one of the largest brains in absolute terms of any dinosaur. Maybe the largest brain in absolute terms of any dinosaur we've ever found. So it was not a dumb critter. one of the smartest animals in its environment.
Suggest an excellent sense of sight and smell. But it doesn't end there. The inner ear is
There we go.
adapted to pick up low frequencies. An advantage when detecting prey over long distances.
These really impressive senses would have combined to allow them to hone in on prey very quickly and very accurately.
Now there's an exciting new theory. Night vision cameras have revealed many modern predators like lions can use their highly developed senses to hunt at night. Perhaps T-Rex could do this too.
Oh boy.
Until relatively recently, it was assumed that dinosaurs were mostly animals of the daytime. But if we actually look at the behavior of living animals, there's no reason to think that this is true.
Predators can use the cover of darkness to ambush other animals much more easily. It's likely T-Rex would have made the most of such an advantage.
Their very, very powerful sense of sight and smell would have allowed them to hunt prey very, very effectively in low light conditions and perhaps even at night.
Modern research techniques mean scientists continue to make new and surprising discoveries not only about T-Rex, but many of the other dinosaurs that lived on our prehistoric planet.
Cool stuff. Yeah. Excellent work. Prehistoric planet. It's good stuff. Anyway, coming up on 5 hours here. And I've got some stuff I gotta take care of tonight, including working on printing some more pieces of our life-size T-Rex skull. So I should probably wrap this up. Let's go ahead and do that. Here's a Deinonychus skull to put our credits over. Thank you, everybody who's about to be named in our credits here. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody doing some science tonight. Let's see here. Oh, Melissa in Denial is on right now. An archaeologist playing the new Indiana Jones game, it looks like. Well, well, well. Let's go right into her. Good stuff. I think you'll like this. I was playing this game last Friday with Ios, helping her with her partner push. And, yeah, anywho. Melissa is really cool. She's an Egyptologist. So she's an archaeologist who focuses in particular on ancient Egyptian civilizations. She's cool to hang out with. Everybody, thank you so much. Moderators, for your hard work today. Raiders, thank you for bringing new viewers in. Followers and subscribers, gifters and cheerers. Question askers and lurkers, I appreciate all of you. Thank you for another fun stream today. I hope you had as much fun as I did. And tomorrow on stream we'll be assembling a life-size Stegosaurus skull. 3D printed. We'll be talking all about the different bones in the skull. You're going to learn a lot about your own anatomy too, so make sure you tune in for that. And tomorrow's Wikipedia Day also, so we'll be talking about the importance of Wikipedia, particularly as concerns dinosaur science. Anyway, everybody, thank you so much for being